til at bygge din hjemmeside i WordPress. Gjort det simpelt for dig.
We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Check it.
We embark on this journey through your soul. You wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. You wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I.
Bring it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it.
Check, check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. What's up, everybody? Back at it again. Yeah, it's V Media. Sorry for the delay. I was just having some relaxing moment with the family, you know, kicking back, not stressing myself, you know. I was on holiday the last week, so when I got back, I had to jump back to work, you know, and so this is the real first weekend I've had where I didn't have anything to do but relax since I've been back. But yeah, but I'm here and I'm glad. I hope everybody is doing well as usual. You know, as usual, the news has been chaotic in the U.S. It's just crazy. And I've been watching tidbits of it here and there when I get a chance to look at the media. But it's just as horrible as always. And sometimes I'm never amazed to just find out how stupid a lot of our people are in the United States of America. Just stupid. And it kind of reminds me of a politician here, Pele Draugr. He made some comments about a lot of the head focusing or people that want to be in charge of the country, other political parties, and their comments, particularly their leaders, of how a lot of things are just stupid. I mean, this is 2026. People should have clear examples of what works, what makes a country strong, what doesn't, but also what is in your best interest for your future and what is going to harm you if you don't get a hold of some things. And, you know, here in Denmark, policy on climate is a big thing. It's a serious thing because, number one, That's a whole industry in itself, right? But number two, your drinking water. Listen, things are so fragile on Earth. If you just don't get clean drinking water, you can poison your entire race of people. You can die. Do you understand that? Just with water, how serious an issue like water is, fresh water. And sorry, but we're getting there. In the United States also, everyone should be talking about the climate in one way or another, or in multiple ways, how it locks into our future and what we have to do. And I just think water and food. Yeah. And I just think sometimes, there's industry behind water and food. So why don't we, deal with the facts up front? Climate change, and also making the earth a cleaner place. Those things go hand in hand. Industry can't just be polluting, and but the basics need to be there. But in any case, I don't want to talk a lot about Denmark. Denmark, by the way, I think Lars Løkke, the news in Denmark is that, excuse me, hold on. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, he's a Danish politician that's been around for a while, and many of them have been, by the way. There's a lot of characters that have just been around 20, 30 years, and parties too. Not I'm not dissing, but some of the characters you just wonder. But Lars Løkke, I actually kind of like Lars Løkke, but over the weekend he walked away from the Red Bloc, and the Red Bloc, to be honest, is the most organized bloc out of Denmark. Seriously, it's experienced, organized. It works. That it could be better. People can always discuss that. I think it should be discussed. However, the right, the center, the center is fine, okay, but the right is just as crazy as it's just as suicidal as the right in the U.S. It's funny. The right around the world is damn near suicidal. They just don't get it, how the world has changed. You need partners. Other people who don't look like you should be seen as your friends. If you have any sense, you have to learn how to work together, because things are so fragile. Just look at this virus that's coming out. It's 2 viruses right now coming out. And look, we talked about this when Trump walked away from healthcare in third world countries. The first thing people said is, okay, well, you're not fighting the viruses abroad anymore. So that means you're going to wait for them to show up at your doorstep to fight them, right? And it could be too late. That's exactly what people said. Even young people said that, all on the news. That was the political news when Trump pulled back U.S. aid. That was the goddamn news. And now it's showing up at your door. Ironically, it's coming from Argentina, one of them, the place Trump gave $40 billion to. He didn't even know they had a virus problem. He didn't even care. He just give them $40 billion, nothing. $40 billion for nothing. He didn't even want them to work on that virus problem. Well, now it's everywhere. I'm going to tell you something. Coincidences don't just happen like that. There was more to that story that was not covered. That's what happened. That's the facts. And if you're waiting for legacy media to catch up on that story, oh, wow, you're still not getting it. You're waiting for a legacy media to catch up on a lot of shit. Yo, man, sorry. It ain't going to happen. The people are on their own with this one. The people need to stand up for the world they want to live in, because people, I'm sorry, stupid people have rights too. And stupid people get to govern also. And stupid people have ideas also. And, like I told you, I know what I want. I know what I want is going to take over. Yeah, it's going to take over. And when I know what I want takes over, it does horrendous shit. It does horrendous shit to your life. It foils your savings. It foils education for a generation. It foils everything, society, period. And then you have to spend all that time, double and triple the energy to get back just what you lost, what you could have averted. That's what the United States is looking at. And that's what every country is looking at. If you just let unreasonable, stupid people lead like Trump. Sorry. And Trump wanted to lead the right wing around the Western world. That's what J.D. Vance wanted. All this shit you saw, all the insults that came to Denmark came from the United States right wing. Danish people, be clever. Don't do the same thing back. You're going to get nothing for it. You're going to get nothing for it. Insulting people, letting folks take charge that insult people openly and have this stupid kind of politic, this culture war shit. You're going to go down. You are going to go down with that politic. And that's exactly what Putin wants. That's exactly what Putin wants. And he's cheering for you. Get out there, right wing, and go do something stupid so I have a chance. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's worth thinking about. You may not hear my perspective every day on the news, but it's worth thinking about. It's here. So now that I've said that, now that I've given my warning, let's get into the craziness in the U.S. because it is crazy, and you have to call it crazy. There's no other word to replace it. It is nuts, but it's also scary. Damn, I really wish I had. It's frightening. It's scary, but I myself, I don't want to make people feel like you can't overcome it. You can overcome it. So it's not something you can't overcome, but it is frightening. It is scary, but people have to stand up. If you ever stood up before, you got to understand now is the time to stand up. It is the time to stand up. There is nothing else to do better but to stand up. And otherwise the multicultural society in the United States of America, to put it lightly, is over. It is over. That's how fragile it is. Bye-bye. See you later. That's it. That's it. And a lot of people who I know, trust me, I know one person that grew up in a I like to say ethnic society or multicultural. You could say multicultural. Yeah, maybe that's better. Multicultural society. And motherfucker didn't vote. The motherfucker is only consistently for any single event that happens in his entire life. The person who did it to him was Obama, Harris, and Biden. Period. Full stop. The only person that ever did them, even in today, even right now, even when the prices are higher than ever, it's still Obama. It's still Hillary. It's still, it is crazy. It is crazy. And, it's like, it is ridiculous. I mean, you can't talk sense to people. There is mental illness running around the United States of America. Listen, there's black people, 20% of black people, and I'm not going hard, but listen, 20% of black people fell for the mental illness. They fell for the fucking mental illness. And you are living in the most shameful moment that you could have ever imagined. And you better suck it up. You better suck it up, because you let some other people toy with your fucking brain. That should be embarrassing. You should be embarrassed to let other people toy with your brain to where you actually think Trump is the good guy. And now look at your family. Trump hates you. Get it through your head. Other people may not do always perfect as you want them to do, but there's a difference from not being perfect and from someone fucking hating you and despising who you are. Like, get it through your damn head. Get it through your head. Get it through your fucking head. You're in danger. You are in danger. You 20% of black people, you are in fucking danger. And you will drag every other black person down with you if you don't wake up. You are most vulnerable in this situation. Not that you're a huge minority to begin with, because you're not. You had some political strides in the country. Because you let people tinker with your head, you lost them by supporting Trump. And it only took one moment in history to be so goddamn stupid. Yeah, it's been close before, but this time takes the cake. You voted for a person who clearly looks like a pedophile, who clearly looks like Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, who clearly looks like he hates you like a Nazi hates Jews, like a Nazi hates unpure blood, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? Nazis need to be careful because they'll be killing themselves looking for some pure blood. You see? But seriously, this is a moment to suck up. This is a moment. They used you. They used your phobias and played them against you. And now the wealthy got more money than they could ever have gotten ever in the history of the country because of your dumb ass and the other Americans that voted for Trump, who are equally stupid. Who are equally stupid. You know? Yeah. Poor, middle class, white America, equally stupid on a larger scale than the 20% black people that are equally stupid. I mean, that's the only saving grace. Listen, if you want a democracy that functions, I mean, I have to put it this way in American terms because of our society and the history of our particular society. It's not exactly the same as everybody's. But listen, if you want to know what's best for the middle class, and you want to know what's best for elderly people, and you want to know what's best for the kids, start listening to some black folk in politics, the black women particularly. Start listening to their ask for a change. Don't be so bigoted. Don't be so racist. Don't be so misogynistic that you can't hear what they're saying, because in policy, they show every time they care. They care about the middle class and the poor. Why? Because they have lived that story. It's not because of their color. It's because they're staying true to who they are. They're keeping it real. And you let their color and gender blind you from listening. That's the height of stupidity. That's the height of stupidity. That's that I know what I want. I know what I want. Talk. And if you don't know what I'm talking about the white lady in Alabama talking about she's cool with giving up her vote. She don't care. She'll give it up for Trump. She'll just give away her vote for Trump. Yeah. That's what you have in the United States of America. Bozos that will give up their, just like the bozo. I found out, it's a friend of mine, but I found out he's a bozo. I found out he admitted to me yesterday after being on my Facebook page, capping for Trump for a year, not even capping for Trump, but capping for Trump, hating Hillary, hating Kamala, hating Biden, hating Obama, like they were the ones who hung his ancestors. He hated them so much that he finally, and he had all these political reasons, finally he revealed to me that he ain't voted since Mayor Barry. He only voted twice for Mayor Barry and never voted again. And yet he hates Hillary, he hates Biden, he hates Obama, and you only voted twice? Man, listen, if you are not voting and you are complaining, my advice to you is simple. Oh shit, did y'all not hear that? Wait a second. Hold on 2 seconds. I gotta correct something. I thank you for thank you for assisting me. I just realized something was not in the system right when I hit that button. 2 seconds. Let me just fix this. Right. So dude, and again, he's my friend, but goddamn, you ain't voting and you complaining like you haven't learned anything. And then he told me I was not as good at politics as I am at music. Sorry, buddy. Yo, sorry. And you saying you didn't vote. You only voted twice, and you telling me I'm not as good in politics as I am in music? Yo.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, seriously, that is the dumbest comment I've ever heard in my life. And it's embarrassing to come from a grown-ass man. Stop being lazy. Drag your lazy ass down and save some space. Stop being scared to admit you're wrong and hard-headed. God damn, that's a recipe for destruction. Not knowing when to admit you're wrong, and take your lazy ass down and register to vote. Register to vote. There's a lot of commentary about that, giving how the Republicans are anti-democratic, and I heard some of the black intellectia saying, that they're starting to have a hard time with arguments on why they should tell people to vote. Yo, black intellectia, excuse me, wrong. You better get it straight real fast. Here's the reason, because your ass is on the line. Your life is on the line, God damn it. It's a loaded gun. A loaded gun is at your door. And if you want death, don't vote. If you want slavery, don't vote. I don't run out of ways to tell people to vote, and I'm not even the most pristine voter. I've failed to vote a couple of times in my life. Only a couple. I'm 55 years old. Only a couple times. Listen, if you don't want to be a slave, vote. And I'm talking about modern day slave. Okay, you may not be on the plantation, but you will be a slave. Okay, that's what this is about: freedom and slavery. Some societies are more free. And why are they more free? Because everyone in some societies has a more equal start than others. The United States of America is not that country. So you need to be active in doing the easiest thing, and that is be aware. That all voting is being aware. Being aware. Be aware and do something. Do what everyone else around you is saying. Hey, we want to do our duty. If the old lady is walking down the street that you see at the corner store and she's able to vote, you're able to vote. Okay? Stop expecting the old people to drag their ass down and get out there and fight for you when you don't fight for yourself. Get out there. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse. If you're of voting age, register to vote and do your duty. And it's not about yourself. Don't think selfishly. It's about the community that you live in. And don't you dare say you love your people if you don't vote. Don't you dare say you give a fuck about the elderly if you don't vote. Don't you dare say you care. It's about the kids. Wu-Tang about the kids. Wu-Tang, you better get people out there to vote, Wu-Tang, if you're about the kids. Anyway, yeah, they always say that Wu-Tang is for the kids. All right, I like Wu-Tang music. I rock out on some Wu-Tang, but if you ain't telling people to vote, you don't give a fuck about the kids. Like, straight up, you don't give a fuck about the kids. Okay, just stop it. Okay, maybe you like hanging out with Donald Trump. More like it. That's probably what it is. But if it ain't that, then you need to be telling people to vote too. Okay? Even if some corrupt people vote, well, outvote them. What do you think? There's more corrupt people in America than there are decent people that need decent legislation? No. There's more decent people that need decent legislation. So get out there and vote. Now, let's hear the news for the day. Let's see what it's about.
Pennsylvania House by one vote. So first, whites-only housing passes Pennsylvania House by one vote.
What?
Here's one of those headlines that stops you in your tracks. Bill banning whites-only housing passes Pennsylvania House by one vote. So first, whites-only housing is apparently a thing in 2026. And second, it passed by one vote, which can only mean one thing. A bill banning whites-only housing passed the Pennsylvania House last Tuesday, despite not a single Republican supporting the measure.
2 seconds. Let me check the audio. Is the audio? Let me know how the audio is doing. Is the audio fine? For some reason, it seems a little low, right?
Not a single Republican wanted to be on the record against whites-only housing in Pennsylvania in 2026. The legislation came after a white nationalist group called Return to the Land figured out a loophole in discrimination laws. Instead of publicly selling homes or land, they formed a private membership association to establish a 160-acre whites-only community in Arkansas. State Representative Ben Waxman, who introduced the bill after those white nationalists expressed interest in expanding to other states, including the Keystone State, said this.
It was even more concerning to learn that this organization had identified Pennsylvania as a possible place for expansion, and that they were looking to build more of these developments across the country, and specifically they thought that they could do it here in this state. And so this bill, the original bill, says absolutely no. There is no room for that here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so I rise just to ask my colleagues to support this bill and support it in its new expanded form.
It is a damn shame. It's a damn shame. And again, for people that live outside of the U.S., the folks that voted for this segregated housing, right? It got knocked down, but the people that sponsored it and voted for the segregated housing, these are people that actually look down on everybody else in the West. That's how arrogant they are, and they're not really doing well themselves. But again, it's the stupid shit in their head. They're stupid. They're uneducated. Like, seriously, they might have an education on paper, but they're very narrow-minded and really have a lack of exposure to others and knowledge about others around the world. And this is why they always get it wrong with these stupid-ass politics, you know? But in any case, there's more to what's happening in the U.S., so let me move on. I just wanted people to hear this is the cornhole shit. Trump's talking about other countries are shithole countries. When you're sitting up there, I'm sorry. He called, what did he say about Africa? Well, Africa has segregated towns too, South Africa and others, and he called African countries shitholes. This is cornhole. This is cornhole shit. You know, it's pathetic in 2026. It is pathetic. If you are sponsoring racist, you know, and ideologies like that, there's color. Listen, I'm just telling you. I said it in my song. They don't know this track right here. They don't know. Check it out.
From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face.
Yes, they're calling you an idiot to your face. This type of legislation only proves that there's that many stupid people. It only proves that there's that many stupid people. Sorry, but science and genome research has gone way past what it was 20, 30 years ago. Okay, they know the human genome sequence back 11,000 years and more. They know. So people that are using these concepts about color and this kind of stuff to group up, your ethnic, listen, culture is one thing. Color? Color, you are insane. That's the problem. And when you try to group up based on an insane concept, you destroy yourself. Hitler tried it. And I don't know if you know this, they have in Norway at one time, they have a whole bunch of a famous moment in history in Norway where the Nazis tried to make blonde people sleep with blonde people, and they had a whole lot of horrible outcomes as babies. Handicap. And I'm not talking about your average, you know, something that just springs up. I'm talking about a total disaster. Okay. When you have these ideologies, you kill yourself. They are stupid. In fact, it's irrational anyway. You don't have to be a scientist to know it's stupid, but the scientists at least have charted it, so they can prove that it's stupid. But people should know enough about history to know that things change, people change, things are not finite, people are not finite, nothing is finite. Things change to survive. You adapt, you borrow, you loan, you recreate, and you pass on and you loan it to someone else that borrows it, changes it, reforms it so they can survive. That's the human chain. And you're a part of it. You're just one brick in the wall. You're not special. Things are fragile. And when you get it wrong, you kill yourself. You know, I'm serious. People better wake up and start thinking about what a good person is and start thinking about having a good heart. Stop thinking, you know, have a conscience for other people. Don't ignore your conscience. That's the worst thing you could do on earth, is ignore your conscience. You know, and I'm not just talking about in political matters or in some far off distant political matter. No, I'm talking about where you are, where you leave your own goddamn house, man. Don't live in a narrow-minded fucking world, yo. Like, that is so boring. And it produces bad results. It produces bad results. I'm just telling you as a person with experience, and just my experience in the U.S., just in my whole life, I'm just telling you the truth. Yeah. Am I aware racism exists? Yes, absolutely. Is it something new that I've experienced? No, it exists in different ways. It expresses itself differently, you know, depending on how you want to discuss it. But has it stopped me from living a full life, learning from other people, experiencing other people, knowing that everybody is just the same and that the only difference is that you have ignorant people and you have smart people? No, it hasn't stopped me from that. You see what I mean? And thank God, because at least I'm not a hypocrite to who I actually am, to myself. When you look in your DNA, they know this human genome 11,000 years back. Don't be a hypocrite to yourself. And if you're out here professing these racial ideas, just like they did with this housing shit and all of this stuff, you are lying to yourself. It doesn't matter what group of people you are. Across earth, you are lying to yourself if you're trying to progress those things in policy, in everyday policy about who can live here, who can't live here, you know, how we deal with others. Oh, they're strange, they're different, we're getting impure. Shit. Oh, really? Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha ha. No, you need to work on supporting everybody and making sure everybody has a fair chance and things will balance out, you know. But of course, in the United States, we shouldn't preach because we're the last to even understand it. We're the last to even understand it. You know, we had the most powerful country on earth and we turned away from just being decent. We turned away from just being decent, just having a heart. You see what I'm saying? You know, that is sick in itself. That's sick. And now you look at the country and the country is struggling to survive at this point. You know, they have a leader. They don't even know what the fuck to do with. They don't even know how the fuck they got in the situation. Like, yeah, it snuck up on them, and it snuck up on because it was being irresponsible. You know, the United States of America did not respect how it got its wealth. It got its wealth from its diversity, and it turned its back on its diversity. And look at it now. Look at it now.
Senior political
bask in it. Bask in how it looks now when you turn away from DEI.
Politics Bureau Chief for Politico, New York Times White House correspondent Tyler Pager, Republican strategist Matt Gorman, and Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris and Speaker Pelosi, and our newest Meet the Press contributor, Ashley.
Yo, by the way, it looks like it's going to be two front runners in the Democratic primary, possibly. You know, you never know. AOC and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and AOC. Kamala Harris has been calling now, recently, just in the last few days, she's called for the release of the Democratic Party autopsy report, where they mentioned their failures and why they lost the election. They did an autopsy, which the chair said that he didn't want to release. I also thought, you know, maybe releasing it is kind of stupid. Because of the argument they made. They made the argument that you're giving the enemy talking points. But actually, I did have time to think about it and to change my mind. They should release it. And big up to Friars, too, for helping me kind of examine that. Now, look, the rich people on the Republican Party, they got that report already. They got spies. They can buy anything with money. So you could be sure they have that report. The only people that don't have the report is the people in the society, the voters. And the voters need the report to be able to make adjustments. The voters need the report to be able to make adjustments, to be able to communicate about their failures so they don't get it wrong twice. So them should release that report. I mean, you know, yeah. It's a sign of weakness to not release it. That's my point. That's my view at this point. But let's listen.
Congratulations. Welcome to all of you. J Mart, I have to start with you. We have to talk about redistricting. You heard my conversation with Senator Booker. Who has the edge right now?
Scalmucci, what's up?
Well, on the
Bug,
topic
I
of
see you.
reapportionment, clearly it's the GOP.
Yeah.
On the broader question of who is, I think, better for this fall in terms
Christine, I
of the
see
political
you.
environment, Democrats still have an advantage. I think you have an environment right now in which a sitting president is in the 30s in terms of his approval rating. That bodes well for the party out of power. That said,
Yo, Sandman, I don't know what the hell you talking about. He's like, yo, dude, let me tell you, I don't get you. No, what I'm saying is not anything you really hear broadly. You know, the way I articulate my ideas, they are not average. They're not average any American. They're not average black American. They're not average white American. They're not average liberal. They're not average Republican. No. You need to just take a break on that. Slow down. Slow your roll. Okay. Also, what state do you come from and who's your health care provider? And also, do something about it. Do something about it. Stop claiming victim. Did you vote? Who did you vote for? Okay. Yeah. Who did you vote? And as a matter of fact, hop your ass up here too. Don't talk from the chat. You want to have a battle? Bring your ass up here and let's have a real discussion like two men. You ain't going to battle in the chat, you know. Come on now. So you've already identified me. So here you go. There, hop up. Don't tell me you don't have Discord. Don't tell me you can be on the internet all day, but you ain't got Discord on your phone. Don't tell me none of that. You got Discord. You can get it. You know how to work it. Hop up. There we go. Now let's continue. He ain't going to do it. He's scared everybody. He just want to chat from, he want to do it from long distance. He don't want anybody to hear his voice. He don't want to hear V-Media bust his ass out in reality over online in audio. You know what I'm saying? I'm begging you to hop up.
I think that this climb got a little steeper this past week for the Democratic Party because of the combination of what happened in Virginia and obviously the Supreme Court ruling on the VRA. It's going to be harder for them to get back the majority. I still think the odds are that it happens, but make no mistake, this was the best week Donald Trump has had in months. And I think it's now going to be more of a challenge for Democrats this fall. I just think that the environment is unlikely to get better for the GOP this fall unless gas prices come down significantly by Labor Day. It's hard to see how Democrats wouldn't still take back the House and still have a chance to take back the Senate.
Tyler, given those headwinds, given what J. Mart lays out, what are your sources inside the White House telling you about how they feel about this moment?
They feel vindicated and validated in a strategy that drew a lot of criticism from Republicans around the country. This was an ambitious gambit led by Donald Trump and his top advisors to redraw the maps nationwide. And there was a lot of Sunday morning quarterbacking after Democrats won that referendum in Virginia. Republicans inside the White House, Donald Trump's top aides and allies, were confident in their strategy that this was going to give them a fighting chance.
Right. So the record, here's the record. Donald J. Trump called for, this is the history just this year. Donald J. Trump called for redistricting in Texas. He identified, what's his sister's name? How could I forget her name? Jasmine Crockett. He identified her as a black woman, basically with a big mouth and complaining too much. You know, he gave her that kind of energy, hey, this is how the racial aspect to it. Black women are not allowed to be lawyers. They're not allowed to run for office. And when they win, they're just called loudmouth. Right. So he didn't like a black woman being outspoken in Congress because she was actually harming him. She was actually making American people aware to how he doesn't. And she was speaking to white Republicans, too. And she was winning over white Republicans. She was winning over people that may not typically vote Democrat. Right. She was going straight to his base. Trump didn't like that. So Trump identified her as a problem, and he begged the governor of Texas to order the Republicans on the state level to redistrict. That's what happened. After that happened, then California said, no, that's not fair. When you redistrict, Democrats are going to lose votes. So we're going to redistrict here to get those in California to get back those votes, because these votes or these representatives are very important on the federal level. Once they get up there, these are people that decide policy, state and federal, when you redistrict, you see. So it's a problem in the outcome of the midterm elections, meaning you won't be able to impeach Trump if you don't get enough people that are tired of Trump. You won't be able to rein in the Supreme Court, who doesn't care about poor people, whether you're white or black or whatever, doesn't care about, even though your ancestors may have sacrificed for this country, even though your ancestors may have been around since the colonial period, the Supreme Court in the United States is not a social one. They are a corporate one. They don't care nothing about that story about you, whether you're black or white. They don't care what your family members, if you fought in wars, if your granddaddy did this, if your uncle did this, they don't care. So they don't approve in the Supreme Court level. They don't approve social reform. So like when Biden tried to pass the Minorities Farmers Act, because the farmers were discriminated against getting federal farmers dollars that every American pays into, Biden and the Congress passed the bill. The Senate passed it. Biden signed it. The Supreme Court shot it down. When it came to education reform, to student debt relief, loads of Americans are spending their entire life just because they went to get an education in debt. So to make it more like a freer society, the other Western countries, other Western countries, you don't have this level of debt for education. So to give Americans a break across the board, the Congress signed in the Senate the student debt relief thing, and then the Republican Congress shut it down. You see? So they just voted against it on the Supreme Court level. Not vote, but they ruled against it, you know? So the United States is not a social democracy like other Western countries. Other Western countries, when you pay taxes, you know, like in the country I live in, Denmark. I'm from the United States of America, born in Washington, D.C. My family goes back on both sides to the colonial period, but I left D.C. in my 30s. You see what I'm saying? So, and I left the United States in my 30s after growing up in D.C. and living in D.C. and New York, right? But unlike other countries, like the one I live in, 70% of the taxes you pay, you see in your face. You see it around you. You see the effects. The money is being spent, you know, according to how they view a social democracy. You see, it's a capitalistic country, but they have programs to support child care, elder care, handicap. You have workers' rights here. Pretty much, even myself, I have a union job, so my rights are protected in my job, how I'm treated on the job. The United States doesn't like those kind of things. So they're more of an extremist capitalist country in the U.S. So pretty much Republicans go against any social policy, right? Anything that is designed to hold up the middle class and the poor, they vote against it time and time again. So in any case, this is what you have now with the redistricting, right? They don't want anyone that supports policy that is social, meaning the taxes that you pay actually go to something you see. They're against it. They ran on the platform, Make America Great, America First, but they didn't mean Americans first. They didn't mean you will get something, you will see something from your tax dollars that you give them. They meant the opposite. They meant more of your tax dollars will go to the wealthy now and less will go to programs, you know, for your own benefit that you see. Education, healthcare, you know, child care, elder care, you know, these kind of programs. And there's a whole lot more, you know, so it's the opposite. They love to say, make America great again. But to be honest, if you're still capping for Trump, you're dumb, because you're capping for someone who doesn't give a fuck about you. And that shows you that you like abusive relationships. You know, if you like Trump, you like being abused, basically.
To recapture or to maintain the majority in the House. I think they still recognize the political realities that J. Mark just laid out, just how difficult this environment is, but they feel a lot more confident in this strategy after the latest developments.
Matt, take us inside your conversations in Republican circles. What are folks saying about the prospects of holding on to the House, the Senate in the wake of this week, which was by all accounts a very strong week legally for the GOP?
Yeah, the words I keep
do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, I appreciate that. Thank you. It helps more people find the stream later. Appreciate it. And now.
Measured optimism. Exactly right. This is the best week President Trump and our party's had, I think, probably all year. Indiana, Virginia, the jobs numbers. Even the NRCC had some pretty good battleground polling coming out. I mean, look, I'm not naive. History is not on our side on this. Gas prices need to come way down. President's job approval needs to go up. That's going to take real work. I think also Virginia changed the psychology around redistricting a little bit. You know, the conduct of Louise Lucas and Democrats breaking their own constitution. It was the release valve in many respects. So expect in the weeks ahead, Southern legislatures may have gone one or two or waited till 2028 to change their districts. There, all systems go, all gas, no brake for this year.
Ashley, what strategy should Democrats employ? You heard the language from Hakeem Jeffries accusing the Supreme Court of trying to rig the election. Really strong language there. Is that the right?
All right. So background on that. The Supreme Court ruled 5 months earlier against Democrats when they tried to redistrict. They ruled against it. So it's amazing how the Supreme Court, but here's the reason. I'm sorry. They ruled against it, citing that it was too close to the midterms. Earlier this year, the Supreme Court already ruled against it. Now, because Republicans need it desperately to maintain power, they flip-flop and allow redistricting even closer to the election. So that's what's happening in the U.S. right now. The Supreme Court is just rogue at this point. It's a bought and paid for Supreme Court. It's basically owned by the billionaires. And you see it because, look, these people, even Justice Roberts, I think his wife, they talk about something like I don't know, how many million? Is it 200 million? Something like this? Clarence Thomas, how many millions is it? 100 million? Something like this? Like, I don't know. But look, these people, I don't know the exact numbers on that, but it's not just the Supreme Court justices. It's also their family members getting gifts. You know, seriously, one Clarence Thomas, one of these donors paid off his mama's house, like straight up bought his mama a house. He's not buying you a house. Hold on. OK, let me see. Never Under Pressure says, I just wanted to leave a comment. Imagine our privilege of having to worry about gas prices while the most of the world people are worried about being blown up while asleep. You know, I don't know about most of the world's people being afraid about being blown up while they're asleep. You know, I don't know. I don't understand that because that's not is that factual? Not to say that there aren't plenty of people worried about that, but you said most of the world's people. But in any case, I don't think it's one or the other. You know, I'm not one that's fooled into this one or the other politic. Like one has to supplant the other. Only one can exist. I think that, you know, what happened like in this last election is that a lot of minorities voted for Trump and they voted against their best interest. I think a lot of people misread and recalculated because of disinformation online and also their own ignorance. You know, and maybe biases, you know. Now, of course, there are other mistakes. Democratic Party maybe didn't do the best, right? But let's keep in mind, anybody who voted for this.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even know. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the. Do anything.
That's literally, how do you bring yourself to vote for a person who says that? If you voted for a person that says that openly, it was broadcast across the country. It was broadcasted across the world. Trump's own words.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even know. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the.
Let me tell you, if you voted for Trump, you don't give a fuck about no people being blown up. If you voted for Trump, you don't care about any women, kids. If you voted for Trump, you don't give a damn about your own mama. Like, you don't give a goddamn, period, if you voted for Trump. Something is wrong with you. You made excuses. You made excuses that, sorry, nobody gets it both ways. Again, not being perfect is not the same as fucking hating you and wanting you to die. You have to be able to tell the difference between someone who's not perfect and someone that wants you to die. And that's the problem. It's because of the disinformation out there on the net, and because of people's own naivety, being naive, they looked at a person who wasn't perfect and voted for a person who wanted them to die.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just I don't even know.
You have to.
They let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the.
You have to own.
Do anything.
You have to own some of your failures too. See, it's not just that one person's going to own their failures. No, you're going to own your failure also. You know what I'm saying? People try to get out of their own failures. Shit, that was a hell of a failure. You voted for a man who admitted he just grabs them by the pussy. He does it all the time. That's who you voted for. And you made excuses like somehow this man was going to free Gaza faster. No, I told people Kamala Harris cares, and it's wrong for you to think she's just going to come out on the while she's the vice president against the president while she's running. You need to be more reasonable. That's what I told people. I told people just vote for her and see what she does. When she gets in office, she can then do whatever she wants, and she cares, right? That's what I told people. Motherfuckers went out there and said, nah, Trump is going to handle this. Democrats had enough time. He's going to handle this. I was like, no. Trump is going to give Israel the green light to exterminate wholly, period, and kick them all out of Gaza. Kick them all out of Palestine. That's what I said. Again, you got to know the difference between someone who's not perfect and someone who hates you, who literally hates you. You have to be able to tell the difference. If you can't tell the difference, it's your fault. If you can't tell the difference between someone who's not perfect and someone that says this,
beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just I don't even know. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the. Do anything.
Too bad you couldn't tell the difference. Better fix that problem. You better fix that problem, because right now your mama, your kids, your daddy, your cousin, your mother, your sister, your brother, you know what I'm saying, your kids, they all getting their ass kicked. And trust me, if you are in this chat, your ass is getting kicked by Trump. It doesn't matter what you think. Okay, you're one of the ones, and it don't even matter if you're in the U.S. Your ass is, even you trolls from some bridge in some foreign country that's capping for Trump right now on the internet, don't want nobody to know who you are. Even you getting your ass kicked by Trump. Okay, so stop the charade. Stop the charade, man. Stop the charade. It's over. It's over. You know, you've lost. Okay, learn from it. Learn from it. That's what you have to do. Okay. And if you're not willing to learn from it, then you ain't going to get better outcomes. That's just what it is. And this is a message for everybody, even myself. If you really listen to my podcast, you will hear me adjust some of my thinking. You will hear me admit some of my errors. I openly admit them. Why? Because I'm a progressive. That's what a real progressive does. Okay, I'm not going to live in the past. I'm going to correct behavior that needs to be corrected. And I said it. I was wrong about the views on releasing the autopsy. I actually said I don't see why. I argued it. Friars was up here and we had a debate about it. And I said I don't see why they should release the autopsy. Yeah, they just giving points to Republicans. But then I thought about it later and I was like, no. The Republicans got that report already because they're the wealthier behind them, and the wealthy can buy anything. They can buy you. Listen, we already know a bunch of people been bought by the Republicans for peanuts. A bunch of them. A lot of these black goddamn Republicans, man, they bought for peanuts, man. Peanuts. They ain't going to come out of this like Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's coming out of Cash Patel is going to, well, Pam Bondi at least, and maybe not Cash Patel. He's a he's a patsy. You know, they knew he was put there to be a failure so they could blame every brown person on earth. That's the last time you're going to have a colored person that's the head of the FBI, because look at what he did. He just stole the money. He just went along with it. That easy. Can't do that. That's bad character, you know, but but they didn't like anybody else though, huh? They didn't like Mueller, right? Now, you know, if Mueller had his hands full like Pam Bondi of millions and millions, they would be like, what the fuck? You know, but in any case, having said that, it doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, everyday people, we don't need rich people governing. We don't need that. We need people that empathize with the everyday American because they come from the same story. That's what we need. Okay, whether it's Republican or Democrat, no, you know, we don't need people that are very well off thinking about us. We need to be the ones thinking about them and telling them what's best for them. Okay, but in any case, let's move on now. There's some news from Brian here. Let's see.
Forever.
Big up to Brian too, because Brian is all on top of it, and you know, yeah. As you can see, he's got a beard here, so he doesn't sleep. He grows it. He's growing out, and he's on it every day. You know, so big up to people that do this. I can't do it like this because I don't have the freedom. I have a full-time job. I also have my kids I raise too at the same time. So I wish that I did, but I don't at this point. But if I did, I'm gonna tell you, I would have some other people up here with me too, some guests, and we will be going after the data. But in any case, let's hear what Brian has to say here.
A massively daunting update for the Democrats as the redistricting wars launched by Trump continue to devolve. So Alabama is now moving to eliminate their existing 5-2 map and revert back to their previously struck down 6-1 map. And that map packs voters from Montgomery to Birmingham all into one district. And of course, this follows Tennessee successfully eliminating all Democratic districts.
So what that means is that now that they're packed into one district, they only have one representative. You see, so that's less representation. You know, I don't know if people really follow that. Yeah, so they have a lot of ways of tampering with the districting, and that's the problem. So instead of having more representation, you have less representation. Right. So the same amount of people have less. They have, instead of having 3 representatives, the same amount of people have 1 now. This is, you know, generally speaking, that's what he's describing. Let's see.
That cracks Nashville and Memphis. Louisiana goes from 2 Democratic seats down to 1. South Carolina is now advancing a map that eliminates the state's only Democratic seats. And of course, all of that is in addition to the 5 additional Republican seats in Texas, 4 in Florida, 2 in Ohio, 1 in North Carolina, and 1 in Missouri so far. And I presume this trend will continue with Republicans eventually eliminating almost all, if not all.
You have to do it, you know, and that's the problem. You know, they have already decided their path. So you can't, it has to live out its course. There is no Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court has done is they have tied their own hands in the matter now. So because they have allowed it and they've gone back on their own ruling, 5 months ago, they said Democrats could not redistrict. The midterms were in November. And this is the beginning of the year. And because it's a voting year, right, a midterm year, they told Democrats you can't redistrict. I believe that's what the gist of it. And then just the other day, they flip-flop because now, obviously, Republicans look far worse today than they did earlier this year. So now the Supreme Court issued the exact opposite ruling to allow redistricting because Republicans requested it. So now when you do that legally, you don't have a way out. See, there's no argument that could be made by the Supreme Court. They have literally tied their hands. So what they've done is they've changed how elections are done, and they have tied their own hands. So, because obviously it's ridiculous to go back to court. You know that they're just going to side the same way. If Republicans ask for it, they side for them. They will find some way. It doesn't have to make sense. If Democrats ask for it, they won't. You see what I'm saying? So, and even if they side with anyone at this point, it just shows you it doesn't make sense because they won't have the arguments. They might side, but the arguments won't make sense. And they have to present arguments as well. So what's happened is that they fucked up voting in the United States of America. They fucked it up, you know? And so the only thing blue states can do is defend themselves from an impending genocide. That's what this is. It's political genocide. They will commit genocide politically against blue states. Blue states, people that believe healthcare should be for all, right? People that believe education should be accessible for all. People that believe childcare is important. And they're coming after people that, you know, they're coming after people that want these things, progressives, middle class communities, people that believe, you know, workers should have workers' rights. You know, so you should have rights. You should be able to earn a decent wage. You know, all these people that want something out of the tax dollars they pay from their hard labor, they're coming after people now. And the only thing you can do to defend yourself, sadly enough, is actually to do the same. That's it. There's nothing else to it. That's how fragile democracy is. And that's the situation people are in. So if Democrats do not redistrict to cut out Republicans, as the court has said, it's okay to do it under the grounds of wanting to win. That's what they said. All you have to do is want to win. As long as it's not because of racial reasons and it's just because you want to win, you're permitted. That's the new law. That's the Supreme Court. So Democrats have to do it, you know, yeah, there's no other choice. And Democrats have to do it fast or blue state people are going to suffer. And blue state people need to be demanding that they do it because your quality of life, whatever you had, it's over. It is over.
2 in Ohio, 1 in North Carolina, and 1 in Missouri so far. And I presume this trend will continue with Republicans eventually eliminating almost all, if not all, Democratic districts in states that they control. So here are a few hard truths. First of all, they will not stop. The Republicans, to their credit, engage in these long-term projects. Whether it's Roe or the Voting Rights Act, they will fight for something even if it takes them 50 or 60 years. And they did. In this case, they were successful, which means that Democrats will not be able to reason with them. They will not be able to compromise with them. They will gain nothing by conferring goodwill to the other side. And frankly, the only thing worse than watching Republicans run roughshod over our democracy is Democrats thinking that some misguided sense of compromise is going to change anything. My second point, going tit for tat against the GOP buys us nothing. Look, you will not find a bigger advocate for California's Prop 50 ballot measure than me. I literally raised $1 million toward it. I'm proud of the fact that it happened. But in retrospect, adding 5 Democratic seats to neutralize 5 Republican seats in Texas was not a deterrent, clearly. To his credit, here's what Mark Elias said a year ago.
Look, Republicans don't care about democracy. You know, Republicans support Donald Trump because he's an authoritarian. And they will abuse every norm. They will violate every tradition. They will seek to weaponize every law, every practice, everything that they can in order to gain power for the sake of having power. And they are not going to be deterred from doing that if they, you know, turn a grotesque map into an obscene map in Texas. And our response is,
yeah, but it's not for just the sake of having power. It's serving the wealthy class. That's what's behind it. You know, so nobody just does something for the sake of having power. But I understand what he means, though.
Okay, well, we found, 4 or 5 seats of our own. They will take that as a win, right? Because they've done what they want. And then, as you say, they will move on to Missouri. They'll move on to Florida. They'll move on to Ohio. They will move on to Utah. They will move on to, wherever will be their next place. And they will not be deterred. What we need to do is we need to recognize that if we want to stop the slide of democracy, we as Democrats, we as people in the pro-democracy movement need to tell them that if they take 5 seats, we're going to put 30 seats on the table, right? Because they need to understand that there will not just be parity if things go against them, but actually if they guess wrong and this winds up escalating, they could wind up on the severe losing side. So when people say to me, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, I don't even want to bring a gun to a gunfight. I want to bring something more than a gun to the gunfight.
Exactly. And that's where the situation is right now. It's all hands on deck. You got to bring more than a gun to a gunfight. We need to bring a bomb to the gunfight. You see, like, everybody needs to be out there. Everyone needs to register, period. And if you are not, if you're a podcaster, and you're not talking about registering people, you're not asking, like, for example, how many people in this chat are registered to vote? Put a 1 in the chat if you're registered to vote. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not registered to vote. Okay. And by the way, not only am I registered because I voted in the last election. If you didn't vote in the last election, your name can be kicked off of the books. You might think you're still registered, but you're not. So you need to double check. So I'm going to double check too, right? But I'm just curious, Bug isn't registered to vote. So obviously you can see that he admitted it himself. And Bug doesn't live in the U.S. State and doesn't have health care, because that's exactly what I asked him. AFNO1, are you registered to vote? Put a 1 in the chat if you're registered to vote. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not registered to vote. Okay, very simple. And anybody that's in the chat, I'm going to ask that you participate. Otherwise, I'm basically going to block you. It's not games. Nobody needs to be fooled by a bunch of trolls and jackasses. So if you're going to be in the chat, you're welcome to be in the chat, but you're going to participate like everybody else according to the same rules as everybody else. Even if you don't respect fairness, you're going to get fairness from me. So you got about 30 seconds to answer that question. Bug, okay, you got to answer it. and who else is it? Is it J? Yeah, J-Box. You got to answer it too. Is it Bug or is it J-Box? Oh, okay. Bug put 1. Okay, I got you. J-Box. I meant J-Box and AFNO1. Yo, let me know. Put 1 in the chat if you're registered to vote, and put 2 in the chat if you're not registered to vote. So you can see. 1. You meant 1 as in 1. Yeah, okay, I got you now. Sorry about that, J-Bug. I thought I was about to say, is J-Bug about to trip out on my ass here? Let's see here. Okay. Wow. So you could see, listen, right there, according to who answered, we got 2 people in the chat that aren't registered to vote. Damn. So there you have it. You got jackasses that like to complain and don't even fucking vote, ain't even registered to vote, So it's one thing to not vote, but they ain't even registered, and complaining up in my chat, talking about Democrats. Man, you ain't even registered to vote, fools.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You're not even registered to vote. Talk about Democrats, man. You get the smackdown. Okay, let's continue.
Right. I want to bring missiles to the gunfight. I want to bring hand grenades to the gunfight, because I want the other side to understand that not only are we going to fight as hard as them, but we are going to fight smarter than them.
And he's right. You gain nothing by going tit for tat. You have to go on offense, which brings me to the third and final point. We now know the Republican strategy. It's not a secret. It's not going to sneak up on us. They will gerrymander every Democratic district out of existence.
Yep.
Just you wait. They're doing it now. Their judges will let them do it, even if expressly prohibited by their own state constitutions.
Yep.
Florida proved as much.
Yep.
So our only recourse now, recognizing what they are doing in broad daylight, is to go on full offense. That means that Democratic officials in New Jersey, New York, Illinois, Colorado, Washington, Oregon,
Lisa,
and on need to wake the fuck up and start redrawing these maps for full Democratic control. Why?
Yesenia.
Because going tit for tat deters no one. You need to show Republicans some deterrent effect for what they're doing. And also consider this. If Democrats do go all out, guess what? They can actually win the redistricting war. California has 52 seats. Republicans currently hold 7. That's a big haul. New York has 26 seats. Republicans currently hold 7. That's a big.
at the very least, Democrats have to and must redistrict exactly how how Republicans are doing it. It has to be done blatantly, okay, for the purpose of winning, okay? And that means anyone who goes against it, whether it's a judge, whether it's a politician, those people got to go, period. They have to go because they don't believe as an American you have the right to your life, to what you call normal. Okay, they hate you anyway. I mean, they're hypocrites. Look, we already talked about this. They hate LGBTQ, but a lot of them in the top of, the ones on TV, the ones on the Republican Party representatives, they're actually on the down low themselves. You know what I mean? They go out and sneak out while they're married. They go have sex with men and then go home to their wives and their kids. That's like literally the truth. You know what I'm saying? They're hypocrites. They're total hypocrites. Okay. They will sit there and tell you here's the first thing. They tell you nothing's for free. You can't have health care on the taxpayer dollar, but they're getting health care on the taxpayer dollar themselves. They are getting health care. The taxpayer literally pays for their fucking health care, and they're telling you can't? Like, sorry, but you've already accepted being a lower class right there. You've already accepted it. Like, this shit got to end. The hypocrites have to go. The hypocrites got to go. And we got to stand out behind people that are being bold. We can't let them down. And I'm going to revisit this thing about Jasmine Crockett's campaign and this little thing that she had with Keith Edwards. Like, I think that there is something to be learned from black women that hasn't totally been learned yet. Like, seriously, I really think there is. And there's also something to be learned from the LGBT community also, like, that we have to learn. Listen, they understand the stakes. Live or die. So they don't have a choice but to be bold. They don't have a choice. It's not because they want to be. It's not because it's convenient. They don't have a choice. They're smart enough to understand that everything is on the line. And so when we see these people being bold, we got to stand behind them. Because they know that their lives are on the line. That's why they're being bold. That's why they're being bold. It's not out of convenience to them. We still have shit to learn as Democrats. We still have shit to learn. Like, seriously, like, sorry, but these are lessons that's going to have to be learned. We're going to have to reach out to each other and have real conversations, loving conversations, but we also going to have our intellectuals, right? In politics, right? Even podcasters, we're no better than each other. We're no better than anybody else. We have to be willing to learn things that are willing to be taught by someone who already knows it, and you just may not have realized it because of your particular situation. Okay, that's not good enough. In big tent politics, we have to be intellectuals enough to understand that people are in different situations. Okay? Everyone's not born with a silver spoon in their mouth. You see what I mean? And that is something real. But we have to be willing to learn from the people that are there, that we have in our arsenal. You see what I'm saying? And I just hope the lesson is learned, man. I hope the lesson is learned, because there is something to be said about privilege. There is something to be said about classism and privilege, but at the same time, we got to be big about it, and we have to realize nobody's perfect. Even myself. Anybody that can point the finger also has some learning to do. You see what I mean? Anyone that can criticize also has some criticizing to take in, some constructive criticism to take in, but let's continue.
So these governors and state legislators in blue states need to realize that this is no longer about fairness. It is about fighting back so that Democrats are not scientifically engineered out of the House forever. And I get that Democrats don't really have the stomach for this kind of stuff, for this kind of warfare. Find it.
Yo, Jess, I see you. Stonewall taught us that we fight or fall. Exactly. It's real talk. Real talk. And you don't have to be queer or gay to understand the circumstance, how people felt. That's the key thing. You don't have to be a black woman to understand how Jasmine Crockett feels, because she's a representative. That means there's loads of people that feel like her too. So if you just discount her feeling and her way, you're also discounting a lot of other people. So don't discount it. Use caution. There are things that can be employed to bring unity, and understanding is the key factor there. Understanding is what brings the unity, you know? So I'm just saying, you know.
Time for good government solutions is long gone. Now it's existential. I'm going to read an excerpt from my new book, The Day After, which was written expressly because Democrats do not wield power while Republicans are content to abuse it. How have Republicans managed to skew democracy so much? Because they pursue power over principle, whereas too many Democrats pursue fairness and good government. Republicans controlled the drawing of 191 of the districts in 2024, compared to only 75 controlled by Democrats. The rest of the House districts were drawn by commissions, courts, or divided state governments. In the Democratic strongholds of California and New York, there are independent redistricting commissions. In Texas and Florida, there's no such thing. In Republican-controlled districts, there is little legal recourse to correct the maps. In their largely conservative courts, the judges often refrain from interfering with map schemes, unlike the mostly liberal courts reviewing maps in Democratic districts. I wrote this book expressly because I realized that this issue is creating a massive asymmetry between the two parties. One party wields power recklessly and aggressively, the other party just shies away from it. But at a moment when democracy itself is endangered, is on the line, that kind of disparity is literally going to relegate Democrats into obscurity forever. I should also note that if you'd like to support my work, if you'd like to support that.
Yeah, that was an excellent breakdown by Brian there, you know, and I don't think it's that difficult to understand, but if people aren't engaged, you ain't going to understand shit. What he's saying is not that difficult to understand, but it does take someone being applied. You know, and this is the real about politics. If you are not applied, you get nothing. That's your prize. Nothing. If you're not applied. If you are not engaged, you risk getting anything. You see what I'm saying? So that's it. It does demand at least being aware and being applied to the politics, to the civil aspects of politics, how it works, what's going on around you is basically a form of literacy. You know, imagine working every day, what that must feel like when you work every day, you pay taxes, but when it comes to civil society and how civics work, you're illiterate. You don't know how it works. Imagine how that must feel. It feels powerless. And a lot of people experience powerlessness in the United States because they don't understand how politics works. It's just like not being able to read. You hear things. Everyone's talking around you. Everyone's expressing themselves. Signs exist, telling you what to do, where to go, what time to be there, who can come, but you can't read it. You feel a sense of powerlessness. You see, and it's the same thing with politics. So people need to get on board. And listen, if you need help, that's okay, but you can start at registering to vote. Start there. You can do that today. You can register to vote, okay? And it might take a couple of days for some of you. It may take a week or a month, depending on what IDs they want. But listen, you got a month before the midterms. Do it now. Don't wait until a week before the midterms to register to vote. Show them that you're serious about voting and your rights and your tax dollars. Show them that you are not a slave and that you're not just going to settle for being a fucking slave that pays taxes for nothing. Show them by sending a signal out and registering to vote, because guess what? When they see people registering to vote, they get those numbers in too. And that's what's going to change shit. If there is not massive voter registration right now, it is finished. Let there be massive voter registration. Let me tell you, wealthy people love people that don't vote and don't register to vote. Billionaires, they love people that are not interested in politics. That is what they depend on to get their power, because you don't know how they get their power. They're getting it through your tax dollars and you not caring where your tax dollars go. And if you're not voting and you're not registered to vote, it proves to them you don't care. Okay. And if you are out here complaining again and again and again, and you're not even registered to vote,
shut the fuck up.
Now let's move on.
Now is do or die. Our democracy quite literally depends on it. You're watching the No Lie podcast. Next up are my interviews with LA mayoral candidate Nithya Raman, NAACP General Counsel Kristen Clark, and Georgia Supreme Court candidates Miracle Rankin and Jen Jordan. No Lie is brought to you by Ridge. So if you still have a giant, crusty leather brick of a wallet...
All right, so look, I'm going to leave this in the chat. People should check it out. This was actually a good one, but I want to get on to some other things. But the gist of it is register to vote and be responsible for your ass. You know, if you're not registered to vote, you're not responsible for your ass, and you ain't responsible for nothing. And just, you know, it is the same as saying you're willing to shut the fuck up. You just making noise and being a petulant child about it. I mean, you know, you could bitch and moan about what you don't like, but if you ain't registered to vote and you're not voting, you're being a petulant child. You ain't changing shit. Nobody wants to fucking hear your goddamn fucking complaint. Okay? There's loads of people that have it just as hard as you, but at least they do what they're supposed to do. And people like you who don't register to vote, you're too fucked up to even do that. Why should someone care about your ass when you don't care about your ass? It doesn't work that way. You don't care about your own ass. How many people are supposed to care about you? I mean,
all right, everybody. The entire Trump administration is struggling.
Let's just be real. You know, if you don't care about your ass, why should I? Okay? I care about you. I'm registered to vote. I'm voting. Okay, and I'm not just voting because it's a Democrat. I'm voting because of policy. Only policy. Okay? If I heard some Republicans with some policy I could get behind, I would easily and gladly vote for them. But they have none. They don't have any. What you think I'm going to do? Be sitting back there talking about, yes, sir, massa, I'm going to vote for you. You ain't got to do nothing. Them pork chops is good, massa. Thank you. That's all I need. No, I want more for my tax dollars than some fucking pork chops. Okay? What the fuck? I'm like everybody else. I want some shit for my taxes. Hello? And if you don't give it to me, I ain't voting for your ass. What the fuck? I don't owe you an explanation beyond that. Okay, what the fuck? In any case, on to Ash Patel, the goddamn stooge, the flunky, you know, the patsy. You know, they went and found a brown man to just be of the lowest moral character, so it could backfire and everyone else could be like, we never going to have a brown man be the head of the FBI again. Look at this fucking coon. I mean, you know, I am angered. I hate, but see, this is why I go back and I have to remind myself, your skin color doesn't dictate your race. They calling you an idiot to your face. Me and Ash Patel, we ain't related. We might have a similar tone. We ain't got nothing in common. There's no relation. There's nothing. Okay? This is no character wise. I don't even know about this. I don't even know if we got any DNA in common, but we probably do because we're human. But goddamn, character wise, totally different. Morals and ethics, totally different. Sense of being an American, totally different. Sense of, you know, like, do you know how many jobs I've walked out on because something has been not right about it? Something has been corrupt. And I just said, man,
shut the fuck up.
And left from one day to the next. No, I'm not doing some shit that's immoral and fucking unethical. Like, fuck all that. You ain't going to get me to go along with that bullshit. You see what I mean? Like, nah. I ain't going to be nobody's patsy. And I'm also not going to be used to the harm of everybody else. Not going to do that. But Ash Patel is one of those people that's willing to do it. And he's a goddamn coon. But they're saying, yeah, he's a drunk too. So let's hear it.
to defend the Iran war, and their polling is in free fall. But I want to dig in on one specific player who is making you and I less safe on a daily basis in a noticeable manner. Our FBI director, Kash Patel, has been the subject of leak after leak after leak, all detailing one specific pattern: how his alleged alcoholism is negatively affecting his job on a day-to-day basis, and now we have story after story after story of his decades-long alcoholism. That is our FBI director. I kind of miss the days when I didn't really know our FBI director's name. I guess I always knew it because I was paying attention, but I didn't really know or think about the FBI director on a daily basis in a meaningful sense. Now, I'm worried about the FBI director's personal habits and routines and how that affects our counterterrorism operation at a time when we are sparking...
Look, we know who his girlfriend is. They got pictures of his girlfriend kissing and slopping another man down at a ballroom thing just 2 weeks ago or some shit like that. We know this man was flying his girlfriend around on taxpayer dollars, providing her security, right? And she just stabs his ass in the back. That's what they're saying. I don't know. I can't confirm it, but there's pictures everywhere. There's pictures everywhere about it. You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing to know this much about that. I mean, it shows you he's not a conservative. And to really make it, just to get to the gist of it, Kash Patel, you can count all these other things. You can erase the fact that he's a drunk, allegedly. You can erase the fact that he has a girlfriend that he's provided security for, make taxpayers pay for his girlfriend. Who the fuck is she? She ain't important. Let her ass die. I don't care. What the fuck? She doesn't work for me. Why is my tax dollars protecting her ass? You ain't even married. Get the hell out of here. How is that conservative? That might be liberal. That might be progressive, but it ain't conservative, But in any case, so he got all you conservative Christians out there paying for his girlfriend. They ain't even trying to be married and shit. But in any case, he's fornicating, okay? He's fornicating out of wedlock, okay, for all you Christian conservatives that care, which really you don't, okay? But but put all that aside, this is the same guy that said the FBI file, the Epstein files would be released on day one. He's the same guy that said, yeah, there's no excuse. He hammered on Biden. He made it seem like Biden was in the Epstein files. He made it seem like Biden was running and ducking and dodging Epstein questions. Wrong. Soon as he got in power, he flipped his whole script. He literally said the guy who's the head of the FBI has the blacklist, has the list of clients. He got it right on his desk. That's who has the list. And as soon as he got in power, he was like, me don't know nothing. What did he say? He was like, no habla inglés Epstein. He was like, I never heard of Epstein after he got the job. I mean, what the hell? Just forget everything else. The man is a complete, utter hypocrite. A patsy. Just like Pam Bondi, no different. They look a little different, but they're of the same creed.
More wars in the Middle East. It is an absolute mess, and we are all less safe for it. So this leads me to ask a simple question.
Video creators.
Oh my God. Here we go again. Here we go again. Sorry about that. Let's get it over with. Boom. Got to do something about that.
Than you did 4 years ago. I certainly do not. The United States is engaged in more wars than we were engaged in when Biden left office.
Yo, did you ever notice how when Pam Bondi and Kash Patel used to get in the White House press room together, when they go on camera, even out on the streets, whenever they linked up together, do you realize they were sequencing their outfits? They had on the same exact colors, same, like if she had on some sort of brochure that was a different color, there was a certain color, he would wear a tie of the same color. Do you really think they could achieve that so many times without actually syncing their outfits? Like, I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting. Go back and review their tapes. How often did they have on the exact same color sequence? And I'm not making a lot out of this. I looked at it. You can't plan these kind of colors. It's not like they were even conservative colors. You can't plan it. You can't plan it and just keep coming out with the same colors like that. But I just think people been taking on a ride. I think Kash Patel is a complete moron. There's news out there that says that he was totally different when he was a teacher, that he was totally different before he was a soccer teacher, I heard, and that people are saying they don't even recognize him now. They're saying that it's just the money, the promise of power. He was willing to throw it all ethics away and become a completely new, different person. I don't think that's what it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he was just fitting in and behaving the way he had to survive wherever he was. It's all phony. Like, there's people like that, narcissists. They fit in very well to the situations they're in, and they're very believable at what they do. And, you know, and they can just flip it up. And I think that's what you got out of Kash Patel. You thought you knew him. He was just, you know, how can I say this? A person looking for opportunity the whole time and willing to do whatever it took to get whatever opportunity was in his face. And I think that's how he ended up. I mean, it's just a guess. It's my guess. I don't know. But that's how narcissists would do it. You know, they just scam anybody they're around. And it's hard to see because they don't have a lot of empathy and they don't have a conscience, really, very little conscience. So they're willing to lie to anybody and pretend to anybody. And I think people that believe he was one type before, I think they've been taken on a loop also. Just like the people that believed he was this conservative. No, he's none of them. He's not conservative. He's not progressive. It's something else. It's mental. It's mental. Just a guy grew up, learned the hard way. He's a brown dude. Parents are immigrants, and he learned the hard way that, hey man, faking it is better, is the only way you're going to fit in. And that's a fucked up thing. That's a fucked up thing. Lesson to learn. But you got to understand, nah, man, that's not how you go about it. There are people that get hurt and scarred when they're young. So just think about that one. So let's see.
He had pulled us out of Afghanistan. That had really calmed down. Yes, it was messy, but he had pulled us out. Donald Trump is getting us into more wars and spending billions, tens of billions, soon to be trillions of dollars on the military budgets, and we need to be calling this out. The Trump administration has also been subject to a crazy amount of leaks over the past few months. Increasingly so, we're seeing more and more leaks coming from staffers or people close to Donald Trump, and this led to Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, often named the Ice Maiden. It led to her sending out an email saying, everybody, please stop leaking these stories. And then that email immediately got leaked to the press. Many of these leaks have been about Kash Patel himself, our FBI director, who, again, we shouldn't have to be thinking about in any meaningful way. We shouldn't have to be thinking about our FBI director's personal habits, but every single time he hops on camera and gets grilled, it does not look good for him. Let's start off with this Fox News hit that he did about 3.
Now, I just want to remind people, he's going to talk about, what the hell is this guy's name? What's the guy's name on the left here? The Fox News correspondent. I forget his name. Sean Hannity, right? I just want to remind people, both of them have immigrant background, but you wouldn't know it because most people assume when you're brown, you must be an immigrant. But Sean Hannity is also immigrant background in the American sense of it, right? So his family is Irish descent, right? And we're not talking about way back like Biden's. No, we're not talking about, you know, somewhere around the Civil War or briefly after. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about very, very recent, right? But he talks like his whole world is being ripped apart, like it's his America. Every day he goes on there, the America his forefathers fought for. No, his forefathers ain't had shit to do with it. You know what I'm saying? But he talks like it, and people just believe him. They just believe him. I don't know why. Again, when you look at me, you're looking at a person whose family on both sides goes back to the colonial period in the U.S. Okay, there's loads of people that look like me. You can't tell by looks. You can't tell in the United States. But we have people like Sean Hannity passing for it. They never question him. You hear people talking about Kash Patel's background, you know, and their party is the one who brings this background shit up in the first place. So we have to talk about it. But you rarely hear people calling Sean Hannity out on it. I mean, the man is just, family's just basically very recent in U.S. history, in American history. It doesn't go back. It's not that Gangs of New York history. You see what I'm saying? It's more recent, you know, but let's continue.
3 weeks ago, in this hit, he gets asked about the stories about his girlfriend and about the fact that the FBI has been spying on an Atlantic reporter for digging into Kash Patel's alcoholism. I'm not making this up. It is well known that the Atlantic has been attacked by the FBI, and a specific reporter from the Atlantic
what's up?
has been trailed, stalked, and attacked by specific FBI
Oh,
agents.
Dinky. Oh shit, Dinky. You said it says I'm offline? Damn, nah, I'm live, man. But you know how YouTube is. Algorithm, stuff like that. It's been killing me the last couple months, to be honest with you, man. It never shows me live, and I've never seen it showing me live, man. I look on my phone from time to time to see what it looks like, and I've also noticed that too. But yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's political commentary, and that's how it works. But do me a favor, if you're watching, click the like button for me. I got 38 likes. There's 90 people watching, so maybe more. Who knows what the algorithm does? But listen, do me a favor. If you're watching from your TV or you're watching from your phone, give a brother a like, because you're watching authentic media here. So authentic commentary. I'm literally giving my live commentary. It's not pre-thought. I'm watching it and I'm giving my views. So
Sarah Fitzpatrick is her name.
So they're talking about Kash Patel now and his drinking problems leaking, and they're talking about the information about his girlfriend going rogue on his ass. Yeah, they caught his girlfriend allegedly slobbing down another man in a party. The same girlfriend that the U.S. taxpayers, they're not married. That's why I'm saying girlfriend. Yeah, so this ain't a conservative hookup. The U.S. taxpayers have been paying for his girlfriend's security, and she just went rogue on his ass.
Attacked by the FBI, and a specific reporter from the Atlantic has been trailed, stalked, and attacked by specific FBI agents. Sarah Fitzpatrick is her name, because she reported on concerns about Kash Patel's drinking and behavior. So let's start here.
I'm hesitant to ask you this next question, but I think you might want an opportunity to respond, only because with the New York Times, I remember there wasn't one, but there were 2 articles written about me. If my mother or my grandmother, I don't remember exactly, listened to Sean Hannity's advice on COVID, they'd be dead. And I went.
And it's actually his grandmother that migrated to the U.S. I believe it's that. So, it puts it in perspective. Basically, you're talking about like World War II, essentially, type of scenario, right? So just to put it in perspective, Sean Hannity whines like he's losing his America, but his family doesn't go back to the colonial period in the U.S. His family hasn't fought in the War of Independence, the Civil War, none of that stuff, right? And I'm just saying my family has. So you got to keep that in mind when you're looking at Americans. Americans, you can't tell us by our look necessarily who goes back to those periods. So when you hear commentators like Sean Hannity whining about his America, and how the founding fathers, it's like trolling, because people like me have to listen to his ass, and it's like, what made him the fucking expert? Why is he more harmed and hurt and concerned about America when really he ain't even really he's barely been a part of it? I mean, I'm not saying you can't complain, but be reasonable. Be reasonable about it, But again, so they got Sean Hannity here, and he's the counterpart to Kash Patel, because Kash Patel's parents, are one generation less than Sean Hannity. His parents migrated to the U.S. Sean Hannity's grandparents did. Wow. In any case, that's a lot of history for you combined between those two. That's 3 generations between them all. Just add them together, they make up 3 generations. All right. Anyway, man. Anyway,
to my lawyer, wanted to
let's listen to the complaints.
Sue them. I was really pissed off, and at the end of the day, we decided not to go forward with it. But it was such a blatant lie. And I'm reading that they're going after you, that you used the FBI because you didn't like a story about your girlfriend. And is there any truth to that? Because I've known you a long time. It just doesn't sound like you.
Look, because he's known him a long time. You hear that? Okay, Sean Hannity, you know Kash Patel a long time? Like, and now it just doesn't sound like you, right? So, yeah, it's sad. It is really sad. But let's hear what Mr. Kash ass Patel has to say. Look at that corrupt ass face too. Just look at his nose. His nose looked like somebody just was like, bow. right in the right hook. He literally sustained a right. He got a right cross to his nose, man, and never went to the doctor. He got the best health care on earth, man. Go get that nose fixed, man. It's a problem.
Absolutely not.
Then he opens his eyes up. Like, what is going on here? Like, what made him open his eyes right then? His eyes weren't already open? Like, what's wrong? Look at this. Let's do it again. Let me just take it back. This is amazing.
Because I've known you a long time. It just doesn't sound like you.
Here it is. Ooh, I just missed that one part. Here we go.
And is there any truth to that? Because I've known you a long time. It just doesn't sound like you.
Absolutely not. The reality is, and thanks, Sean, is that this same reporter delivered a baseless story which caused a direct threat of life to my girlfriend. And that's not me saying. This individual has been charged, arrested, and is in court. And he said, as a direct result of the New York Times reporting, he wanted to take a rifle and canoe my girlfriend's face. We are going to protect not only me and my loved ones, but every...
Look how he's looking straight into the camera, but his nose is looking right. His nose is like, what's over here? I'm seeing something over here. His eyes are looking straight ahead. And his nose is like, hello?
American that is threatened.
Wait a minute. Okay, so Kash Patel barely even denies it, but he does something called jumping to justification. He immediately begins justifying why it would be actually okay if he took the action he's being accused of, rather than fully denying the accusation. He's saying, yeah, but, you know, he put me in danger. Look at what he did. I'm going to invoke an emotional reaction to make you feel that it's justified, even if I did do it, which he clearly...
Let me see here. Let me see. John Krogan in the chat. All of this, he says, all of this will be a complete waste of time later on in life. This will result in daily stress. Do I sound stressed? But in any case, John, can you let us know what state you come from, what state you live in, and who your healthcare provider is, so we can actually have an idea about how well you're doing? Thank you very much.
Did do it. Really quickly, let me just read this. Nearly 3 weeks after The Atlantic reported that some government officials were alarmed by FBI Director Kash Patel's behavior, including conspicuous inebriation and unexplained absences, MS Now reported this morning that the Bureau has launched a criminal leak investigation that focuses on the Atlantic reporter who wrote the story, Sarah Fitzpatrick. This is very real. Kash Patel is barely even denying it before jumping to justification.
The baseless New York Times came in over the top today and tried to delete that past reporting, refused to accept our comments, and refused to turn the attention to the actual court pleadings and the myriad of threats that have resulted to me and mine based on this baseless reporting. But here's the thing. Me and mine are like you and President Trump. We're as tough as they come. We're not going to stand down. We're not going to take it a knee on this one.
And then he has to go into glazing Donald Trump. Because
that nose tells you all you need to know about Kash Patel. Crooked. That's all you need. You don't even need to listen to him, and you could just look and be like, man, this dude is crooked, man.
He knows his job is on the ropes. And really quickly, with the constant lying and lack of transparency of this administration, I want to encourage you all to protect yourself when you're using the internet. A lot of people don't realize that.
Protect yourself when you use the internet. I use a company called, well, I don't want to say what it's called, but it is for my phone and for my internet services and things like that, just to help scan my emails and all of this stuff to see, and also stop the tracking. Listen, what a lot of people don't realize is that the data that they collect on the net, they will watch what you watch and then propose things for you to buy. So all of a sudden, let's say you're watching YouTube, all of a sudden you're going to get certain types of commercials and blah, blah, blah, based on what they're seeing you use. They're guessing, you like this, maybe you like something else like it, similar or connected to it. So it can be a hurdle. They also use your other data, like your age. So if you just happen to be like a certain age, maybe in your 50s and you're a man, they take data like this and then they presume that you need this for your health or you need that. You know what I'm saying? So be cautious, because you could be watching a lot of garbage commercials. Essentially that's what they do. And I look for music products because I'm a musician, right? So I watch the news and I look at music. So I get this kind of stuff, but I use a blocker, also not a blocker, but an IP changer, and then some security on my internet. So it just randomly picks different kinds of stuff, But just to let people know, it's sad, but it's not commercial free. So let me watching the internet is not commercial free anymore. So let's see here. Let's go right ahead. What else is there? Is it? Oh, okay. Hold on. He's still selling that. So let's go back.
You trust Kash Patel to be on top of it?
Simple question. Do you feel safer than you did 4 years ago with these people in charge? For me, the answer is no. You know, I got an email recently saying, Adam, stop playing the video of
what's up, Faraz?
Kash Patel drinking and, cheering. He said, someone in the email said, like, it's annoying and it doesn't prove a point. False. This proves the exact point that we want to drive home. This is an administration full of incompetent goons who are making us less safe on a daily basis. It is very easy to see based on this video. And in fact, make sure you drop a like if you want to help boost this imagery. Drop a like if you want to help boost our pro-democracy message.
Yeah, drop a like, y'all. Please drop a like for me. Yeah. Big up to everybody who's watching, everybody in the chat too.
And make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed. Tim Miller from the Bulwark says, quote, I'm going to believe the 9 sources in the Atlantic.
Right. So basically Kash Patel is lying about that as usual, or we could get to that point now where we just say, yeah, she's done. Now, look, Kash Patel, he gave a beautiful speech. If you could call it beautiful, about Charlie Kirk's death. He was like, Valhalla, I'll see you in Valhalla, friend. It's like, damn, how is he friends with Charlie Kirk? What's up with the little buddy club that they have in government? It's just like a little personal buddy party, you know what I mean, where everybody's a friend, and it's government taxpayer dollars. You're not a friend, though, are you? You're not a friend. Yeah. You're not one of their buddies, right? But they're eating off of your tax dollars. Kash Patel is eating some really good steaks, and his girlfriend has security. She's not even allegedly with the guy anymore. But there's another one who people are talking about, and this has been really bizarre. He went out there and said to Charlie Kirk, Valhalla, after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I don't want to say rest in peace, but it's sad to see. I think he proved now in retrospect. A lot of people can see how foolish he really was with his rhetoric, right? But I do think there's problems with the security and how he died. I think that's terrible. Like anytime, and I do believe he was used by the Trump administration, like Charlie Kirk. They saw a young guy, needed something, was looking to have a come up, and they promoted him because they knew he was saying the most outrageous things out there, saying things that are just dumbfounded, really, being bigoted about people. And that's not helpful in a society where you have a lot of differences, different regional differences. You got historical differences with people, but you have lifestyle differences. People are entitled to be free as long as they're not hurting someone else. That's the key thing. And Charlie Kirk and them attacked people. He attacked Martin Luther King of all people. Like, when you have to attack Martin Luther King, something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you, because at least he was saying nonviolence. Charlie Kirk was like, man, fuck nonviolence. He's a fool. It's like, damn, man. So you don't even believe in freedom of speech? You don't believe in freedom of assembly? That's what Martin Luther King was doing, and this guy took a stab at him personally. So it's like, come on, man. It's ridiculous. But it's the culture wars of the U.S. So Charlie Kirk was a culture warrior. They bigged him up. They gave him finances. They helped support his organization so he would become a success. And he met Erica Kirk. I don't know how long they were married, but it was brief, pretty much. And she's wild. And this is what it sounds like. This is Fox News, and this is Erica Kirk. I mean, she has some commencement speech.
Moments ago, Erica Kirk delivered the commencement address at Hillsdale College in Michigan. The school conferred honorary degrees on the
She did go amok. She ran amok the other day on social media, which she claimed that she was going to take a break. She came out there and gave the most bizarre word. She offered the most bizarre words to people. I mean, this lady I'm sorry, something's not right with her brain, but we're going to find out.
CEO, as well as her murdered husband, Charlie. Here's some of what she told the class of 2026.
I think it's going to be like victim, basically they're victims. You know, the far left has done this. It's always the far left. The far left are the reason why your pockets are hurting. The far left is the reason why you can't afford health care. The far left is the reason why, all the problems in the country exist. It's the far left. It's the far left. The far left shot my husband. People don't understand this. Some gay people are right wingers. They don't understand that. Some trans people are right wingers. They don't understand that. Goddamn, we just saw the Wheaties. Well, he used to be the Wheaties man, but now he's the Wheaties lady. I forget his name, but the person that used to be known for was it Bruce Jenner? Turned to Caitlyn Jenner and is a right winger. Is just out there capping. Said she even loves Trump. You know what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted. There's a lot of gay right wingers. There's a lot of there's a lot of trans. There's some trans right wingers. But these people, they just doing this culture war shit, and it's just, if you pay attention to detail, you obviously see how flawed it is. But they're gonna, I'm presuming she's gonna go out there and start blaming the left in her speech. That's going to be the most interesting part. It won't be anything about child care, supporting the youth, how the youth deserve more of a chance in America. It won't be anything about the common good of all Americans, and elderly people need more support, elder care. It won't be anything about handicapped people. It won't be anything about mothers. It won't be anything about that. It's going to be about the far right. I'm just guessing. The far left. I'm just guessing, but let's hear.
It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to accept the degrees that I'll be receiving later on behalf of myself and
she getting a degree? Is this these are honorary degrees, I'm presuming.
Charlie. On a lighter note, yesterday was my wedding anniversary, and
she's still milking the death of her husband or ex. She's a widow now, but she's still milking it. And I don't know. I just think it's so shameful. I didn't see Coretta Scott King milking the death of Martin Luther King. I've never seen her out there giving speeches like this. No, man. It just seems so weird. But she has the right to grieve how she grieves. This is her grieving.
I couldn't help but think of a funny story to share with you through, obviously a lot of pain, but when we got married and we went to our honeymoon the next day, we decided for our honeymoon that it would be a disconnected honeymoon, meaning no computers, no cell phones, just being able to pour into each other, plan out what our family life would look like, what type of parents we want to be, what type of spouse we want to be, so really just pour into each other. And so, again, no phones, but at the time, Charlie's assistant gave Charlie a bat phone for emergencies, so there was only emergency phone numbers on this phone.
Yo, Fries, you said she got a BS in political science. Yeah, it's an honorary. She couldn't even earn it. It's just like, no, she earned her BS. She earned that shit, definitely.
Nothing else. So when we arrive, we go straight to the gym, because that's what we did. And I'm on one side of the gym, Charlie's on the other, and then all of a sudden, I was thinking, he pulled out the bat phone. And I was like, okay, maybe he's going to put on some music. He loved classic rock. I was like, maybe he's going to put on some music. So I'm on the treadmill. He's over in the weights. And all of a sudden, I hear Dr. Arm's voice coming from the side.
Oh, what? She really got a degree? She got a degree? Whatever, man. Yeah. They might as well burn that degree up, man. What school is this? Sorry, but they need to be sending my ass a degree right now, because this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. If she has a degree, okay, great for her, but she seems damn stupid, to be honest. That's just my opinion now.
Room, and so I walk over to him, and I was like, baby, what are you listening to? He goes, I know. He was like, I'm almost done. He's like, I have to finish just a few more lectures from Dr. Arnn. I have a few more certificates I have to get from my online courses at Hillsdale. We're almost there. I can't skip him. I was like, baby, you do what you got to do. I'm here for it. But I enjoyed it because I was learning about Churchill too. When he was working out, I was working out. It was a great little bonding moment. But every time Charlie finished a Hillsdale program. He would screenshot the certificate of completion and he would send them to me every time. I know he would send them to the team as well. I believe he also sent them to you every time he did them.
Alrighty, this is getting boring, so I don't know. She could sum that up a little faster, but all right, now let me see here. There's something else I want to check out. Democracy Docket here with Hakeem Jeffries. Let me just hear his words real quick on this topic. Obviously, people are not really happy with Democratic leadership right now, and I'm also getting kind of there because I don't know. I'm going to see what Hakeem is saying, but typically I haven't really been on dragging Hakeem. I'm not. I don't do things like that so fast, I would say. But listen, times have changed now, so I'm looking to hear something very radical from Hakeem Jeffries. So let's see what we get. But again, I've said this a million times. Politicians, he's the leader of the House minority because the other representatives chose him. They have to vote on it. So, he is a reflection of the DNC right now, overall, right? But, I'm just curious if the politics of it, like, of course, one of the arguments I've made in the past is that the House minority or House majority, they have a job that's different from the other members. And that job is they always have to go across the aisle to see what good can be done. Otherwise, nothing gets passed. No legislation gets passed. You can't even get anything you want if you're not able to communicate across the aisle, even as the majority or the minority, right? So in some ways, their job is a little different. So rhetorically, they don't usually go as hard as other members. But now, I don't know what else there is, what other purpose there would be at this point. So I'm hoping to see, because it's all if things don't change right now, it's over. So I'm expecting to hear some radical words from Hakeem. So let's hear.
Hakeem Jeffries called for maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, and I love it. But now Donald Trump is threatening to charge him, wait for it, with inciting violence. Leader Jeffries is here to discuss this and how Democrats are fighting back on redistricting and will win the 2026 midterm elections. Welcome back to Defending Democracy. I'm Mark Elias. Let's get started. Hakeem Jeffries, welcome to Defending Democracy.
To be with you.
Man, we are in a fight for our democracy, and you are helping to lead this charge. And like any good leader, you are getting, you're succeeding because Donald Trump is attacking you. Just this morning, he attacked you for, frankly, something you said that all of the rest of us were cheering you on, and I'm still cheering you on. You said that that we are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time. We're going to keep the pressure on Republicans at every single state in the union to ensure at the end of the day that there is a fair national map, because we believe that it is the people who should decide who is in the majority in the next Congress, not Donald Trump and MAGA extremists. So, of course, Donald Trump this morning posts on his social media platform that you should be charged with inciting violence, and he puts up a graphic. I assume at this point you're used to it and take this as a sign of effectiveness. But what do you make of this?
Well, again, Mark, thank you for all of the work that you do in terms of standing up for our democracy, ensuring that there are free and fair elections, pushing back aggressively against Donald Trump's unprecedented gerrymandering scheme as part of his effort to rig the November elections. I absolutely agree with that assessment, Mark. Every time Donald Trump wakes up or posts in the middle of the night attacking me, it's clear we're getting to him because we're winning. And they're very upset that Democrats made clear from the very beginning when Donald Trump launched this mid-decade gerrymandering scheme that we were going to fight back. We were not going to step back, and we were going to respond aggressively all over the country. And that happened in Texas. It happened in California. We won a seat in Utah. We pushed them back in places like Ohio and Indiana and New Hampshire and Kansas and Nebraska. And we're going to push them back aggressively now in Florida as well. The Republicans clearly thought that we were going to unilaterally disarm in the face of their effort to steal the midterm.
Life Erickson says, I know bodybuilders with degrees. Anyone can get one. It doesn't mean you're educated. Exactly.
Elections.
Facts.
Yeah, look, I think that anyone who looks at the current political environment and looks at the president's deep unpopularity, the Republicans in the House, their a pathetic group, and their unpopularity, knows why Republicans are panicking, right? Because they're not doing, you look at what their agenda is, and none of it is actually anything that any of the people actually want done.
That's extraordinary. Donald Trump promised that he was going to lower the high cost of living on day one. But costs haven't gone down because of Trump policies like his tariffs. Costs have gone up, increasing expenses by thousands of dollars per year. Then, of course, Donald Trump promised that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. And instead, Trump and Republicans turned around and they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, about $1 trillion, literally ripping health care away from more than 14 million Americans, including many in rural parts of the country. And they're triggering hospital and nursing home and community-based health center closures all over the place. And then the trifecta of the big lie, of which there were multiple, told to the American people, is that Donald Trump said that he was not going to start wars in the Middle East. He was going to stop them. And then he turns around, does the exact opposite, gets us involved in a reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East, which we are strongly opposing. And as a result of it, has triggered skyrocketing gas prices that continue to jam up the expenses of the American people. The whole thing is extraordinary, which is why we constantly see distraction from them, personal attacks. I would say ad hominem attacks, but clearly Donald Trump has no understanding what that means. And, the unprecedented effort to rig the midterm elections, which, with your help, Mark, your extraordinary leadership, we are thwarting.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, Mark Elias, his firm is actually engaged on the court level across the country, and fighting back for liberals, for moderates, right? For people that believe in democracy. So if you don't know who Mark Elias is, you should check out his, let me see here. Let me pull it up. I'm going to put a link in the chat. You should check out his podcast here. It's called Democracy Docket. And so he's pretty much one of the authorities on the courts, what's happening in the courts politically, right? Case by case. So so he has a huge association of lawyers, and they're actually on the front line. Now, for people that don't vote a lot or don't pay close attention to civics, don't know a lot about civics, the courts themselves are another branch. You see what I mean? So the courts, they're able to shoot down democracy when it happens. You can vote for something in Congress. You can vote for something in the Senate. The president can sign it, and the courts can say it's unconstitutional. They can make an argument whether it is or isn't. They can side against something that has been democratically decided. You see what I mean? So they are the last line of what happens in the United States. They are the moral authority for what happens in the United States. So you can blame the courts just as much as you can blame the politicians, because this court that you have now has shot down plenty of social things designed to help everyday Americans, right? They've shot down plenty of things in the past, not just in this last administration under Biden and Harris, but before that, right? So it's worth paying attention to how the court decides, and they're appointed. The Supreme Court is appointed for life. You know, so they have lifelong terms there, and they're paid for by taxpayer dollars. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a biased court. It's a 6-3 court. So there's 6 Republicans, and then there's 3 moderates, or you could say liberals, that are on the court. So anytime something important happens, they usually side with the money. They usually side against the American people, and they mask it as a cultural effect. But actually, in reality, they're getting paid off. Their family members are accepting bribes. They're accepting gifts, right? And they're not reporting it. So the average American is looking at them like these are just people making judgments based on the Constitution, when in reality, you know, gifts help them make choices a lot more than what you would think. So we don't have universal health care in the United States of America. We're pretty much the only, if not one of 2, that doesn't have universal health care in terms of Western capitalistic democracies, right? All Western democracies are capitalist countries, but all of the rest of them have universal health care, universal education. Pretty much. The United States is the one that doesn't. So we're the most extreme version of Western democracy. We're the most extreme one, you see. And yeah, in terms of how taxpayers benefit from their tax dollars or don't benefit from their tax dollars. In the United States, it's about 40% on average. 40% of the taxes you pay, you actually see around you, somewhere close to you, somewhere around your family, around your community. And places like Denmark, it's like up to like 65, 70%. You see, some people even say 75% is used on things that people can see, that, you know, that involve everyday Danes, right? Places like Germany, it might be 60%. Soon as you leave the U.S., it goes up to 60%. 60% of the taxes people pay outside of the United States of America in terms of Western democracies, Western capitalist democracies, it goes up to 60%. They see 60% return on their tax dollars. The United States is like 40%. You know, but it starts at 60% outside of the U.S. It can get up to 70 or 75%. So Americans need to know this. Legacy media doesn't cover it. And hence, you live in the America you got. And a lot of Americans feel like they've been treated unfairly. But what they do is they tend to go after each other instead of the wealthy class that's rigging the system. That's what makes Americans more foolish than other Western people. That's what, sadly enough, also there's a correlation between the amount of people that vote and how well your taxes serve you. You know, when you leave the United States of America, it goes up, you know, it increases the amount of people they have participating in voting. The U.S. is very, very low. We had 80 million people that didn't even vote in the last election, and a lot of them are complaining right now, you know, so it's just something to think about,
And so let's talk about that. So as you say, you know, Republicans started in Texas. And as you said, they thought that they would run the table. They thought
he's talking about gerrymandering. He's giving the history of the gerrymandering that we're seeing right now. So
to rig the midterm elections, which, with your help, Mark, your extraordinary leadership, you know, we are thwarting.
Yeah. And so let's talk about that. So as you say, you know, Republicans started in Texas. And as you said, they thought that they would run the table. They thought they would do Texas, and then they do Indiana, and they do New Hampshire, and they do Ohio, and that Democrats would just sit back and do nothing. And instead, you know, you helped lead an effort in California to match what Republicans were doing. Although I think, and I'm curious, you're the professional at this, I think actually it more than matched it, because I don't think there's any chance that Republicans are going to net 5 seats out of Texas. And I think Democrats will definitely net 5 seats out of California. So set aside the California part. Do you agree with me? I think that this map in Texas is not going to be equal to the map in California.
That's exactly right. And, you know, and that's why the story really does, to your point, start in Texas. Donald Trump demanded that Texas Republicans give him an additional 5 seats in connection with a congressional map that's already gerrymandered. And so that was going to be a challenge. Donald Trump and the sycophants in the Republican Party clearly didn't understand that, or they just decided that they were going to claim to pick up 5 seats, even though when you look at the map, there are several problems with what they've done. First, it's a map based on the 2024 electorate. That electorate is gone, and it ain't coming back for a wide variety of reasons. Working class voters who've been suffering under the Trump economy are moving away from Republicans, moving back toward us. Certainly young voters who there was some erosion, dramatically moving back in our direction, and Hispanic voters definitively are moving back in our direction. They've realized those that may have supported Trump in 2024 because of his promises around the economy and his promises to focus on targeting only violent felons who are here illegally. And then he turned around and he's targeting law-abiding immigrant families, unleashing brutality through taxpayer dollars and ICE activity. They're decisively walking away from Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And so the notion that Republicans are going to get 5 seats out of Texas is a fantasy. By the way, Mark, it was always a fantasy because 2 of the seats they claim they were taking away from us, taking away from the people of Texas, are seats held in the Rio Grande Valley by Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar. They only changed those seats by a point and a half. So even if we were in a 2024 electoral environment, which we're not, I believe those 2 members of Congress were going to get reelected. But we certainly are in more like a 2018 environment, and they're definitively getting reelected. There are other opportunities for us in Texas. And so Republicans will be lucky if they get 2 or 3. They're getting nowhere close to 5, and we are going to pick up all 5 that came as a result of Prop 50 and the California response.
Look, everybody needs to pay attention to this. When the leader and I go through this map, you'll understand why Republicans are panicking. And you'll also know that by subscribing to Democracy Docket. I started it in 2020 to be a source of information, news, and analysis that will help keep you informed on all of the back and forth going on in court on all of those topics. So please, right now, do me a favor. Subscribe to Democracy Docket. The link is on the screen in front of you and then in the description below, or you can go to democracydocket.com/YouTube. But please subscribe now. Let's just take the best case scenario, leader.
Okay. Let me see here. Let me try to make sure that the link is up in the chat for everybody to see here, Democracy Docket, or if not the link, you can see it. I would advise anybody that's interested in the political discourse in the U.S. to subscribe to Democracy Docket because, number one, Mark Elias knows what the hell he's talking about, and he's engaged, okay, in the legal fight in the courts. So his association of lawyers, I don't know if it's his firm personally or not, but he has a big association of lawyers, and they're literally on the ground fighting cases in the courts, right? So across we're talking about the Supreme Court and the lower court, higher and lower Supreme Court. So state level and federal level. So people need to be aware of that. Even if you're outside of the U.S., subscribe to Democracy Docket if you want real news about what is going on in the courts with democracy. Okay. Now, everybody in the chat, please, the chat is open. But when I ask you a question, because the chat is open, I'm expecting everybody in the chat to answer it. And it doesn't matter if you like these people or not, if you agree with Hakeem Jeffries or not. Well, it's not about your opinion. It's also about who you are with your opinion. So if you're a troll and you have an opinion, no one cares what your opinion is, right? No one cares if you're a troll. You should just
shut the fuck up.
But if you are in the chat and you are not a troll, and I ask you, or anyone else in the chat asks you, what state do you live in and who is your health care provider? We're asking that because we want to know how well you're doing in your state. And the data is out there. So once you tell us that about who you are, everyone knows from there on, you could pretty much understand your position from there. You see, if your health care has gotten worse, which it has under Trump, and you're out here capping for Trump, you're either a dumbass American or you're not an American at all. So when we ask you those things, that helps qualify. You don't have to be an American. You could say, hey, man, I'm from Germany. We got healthcare. You could say, I'm from Denmark. We got universal healthcare. You could say, I'm from Sweden. This is what healthcare looks like here. You could say anything else. You don't have to be American to be in the chat, but we want to know. You see what I mean? Otherwise, we can't really use your comments. Like I said, everyone can assume and everyone can have an opinion, but we want to learn from those opinions too. So it does matter, those kind of nuances. But let's continue here. Let's see here.
And say they get 3.
Also, are you registered to vote matters? You know, if you're an American and you ain't even registered to vote,
shut the fuck up.
All right. So, stop complaining if you're not even registered to vote. And if you're a person that's not registered to vote, right, take the time to go and register way before the midterms. The midterms are happening now, but the midterms are also the most of them will happen in November. So listen, get out there, get your ID straight in your state. Go register, call your county clerk, register of voters, board of elections, and make sure you're registered to vote within your state with the correct address. Because if you're not, just not having the correct address can stop you from voting on voting day. You need to check to see if you're registered. If you thought you're registered and you didn't vote in the last election, if you didn't vote in the last election, a lot of these states are going to kick you off of the registration data. So you need to check if you're registered to vote, and if you're not, register. Don't wait. Your life depends on it. The quality of your life depends on you speaking and voting on what you want to happen with the tax dollars you pay and go to the government every second you work. If you are not choosing representation while being taxed, you may as well be a slave. You can't have it both ways. And you definitely don't need to be complaining if you're not going to do the bare minimum of registering to vote and voting. And trust me, wealthy people don't want you to vote. Wealthy people love the 80 million Americans that were stupid enough to not vote. They love you. They know you're oppressed. They know you're disenfranchised. They know how you feel. They know you feel like it won't help at all if you vote. They love that about you. Congratulations for helping the wealthy. Now get up and do something to help yourself and your communities, because you need it. You definitely need it.
They failed. They didn't get Indiana to do anything.
Yeah, check your registration online, Friars. Exactly.
They didn't get New Hampshire to do anything. They fundamentally are not going to pick up a seat in Ohio. So they struck out there. They tried to pick up a seat in North Carolina. I actually know a lot about that because I litigated a lot of redistricting cases.
Okay, so these are some states. That's the good thing I like about Mark is he knows the data. So he's telling you some of the red states are not going to do it because it's not in their interest, because it's so close to leaning Democrat anyway. See, the states that are purple, it's not this redistricting could easily backfire. And that's called, what do they call that? They call that dummy Mandarin, right? And cannibalism. So, political cannibalism. So the purple states, that's red, people that are mixed with red and blue. The more equal it is, the less likely they are to do something like this. It's the ones that are really not close to being purple that they're going to go out there and try to get rid of whatever Democrat seats they can get rid of,
In North Carolina, and in 2026, that's going to be a hold. Like they will have not picked up a seat in North Carolina. So, what you're left with is that they probably, I'm not giving up, but they probably pick up a seat in Missouri, but they lose a seat in Utah. So they are still down. They are still down a net 2. And then you go to Virginia, where Democrats look like they could pick up as 4 seats. And even if they don't pick up 4 seats in a new draw, they'll pick up at least 2 seats anyway, right? Like even under the old map was going to perform better for Democrats. And then you have Florida, Ron DeSantis blatantly violating the state constitution. We filed a lawsuit, immediately after. I think we'll win that lawsuit. But even if we don't win the lawsuit, that's not going to yield them 4 seats. That's a fantasy also, don't you think?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think, and very important as we sort of go state by state, and I'll do this very briefly, they were expecting to pick up 3 seats out of Ohio. We pushed them back aggressively. They get 0. They get 0 out of Indiana, 0 out of New Hampshire, 0 out of Nebraska, and 0 out of Kansas, where they expected to pick up seats. You're absolutely right about North Carolina. Don Davis is as tough as it comes, and I believe Don Davis is going to win re-election. By the way, in making Don Davis's seat more challenging for him, which they did make it more challenging, but he's going to fight through it and win. They created another opportunity for us in North Carolina, and Jamie Agar, a farmer who's a great candidate, 4th-generation farmer, is probably going to flip that seat as well. They've got big problems in North Carolina.
Okay. I got somebody in the chat. Listen, I'm going to invite people to come up. Lori Wolf, here you go. Boom. Listen, are you registered to vote? You know, Lori, are you registered to vote, Lori? I'm a Christian and independent voter living in North Carolina. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah. But listen, are you registered to vote? And also, you live in Missouri. Okay. So what does healthcare look like in Missouri? All right. And then this is the other thing I'm curious about. She wrote, break apart 2-party system, register as unaffiliated voter. Yeah, register as an unaffiliated voter. Register to vote, but don't make a mistake, because as an independent, you know, right now, if you don't have some kind of movement on the ground where you can win, don't be an independent that is helping Trump. That's all I got to say about that. Don't be an independent that helps Trump. Be realistic, because, you know, the outcomes also depend on that too. You know, yeah, I'm not for a 2-party system. I would be a hypocrite if I was, because although I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. Although I'm an American citizen, I live abroad. I live in Denmark. So we don't have a 2-party system in Denmark. And most of the parties pretty much agree with universal health care and universal education in Denmark. You know, even a conservative or even a right wing. Right now, pretty much. Right now. So I agree. Register. You know, I would say this: registering and voting is better than not being registered at all, you know, and not voting at all. But I would just say, let's understand something. Independents and Democrats need to team up to fix the country when it comes to this election. Like, we need to make sure we're teaming up and we're on the same side in terms of the results, right? We don't want anybody to help Trump, you know, in this regime, because they don't even want you to exist. Now, if they don't want Dems existing, then they could care less about anybody else. But they really don't care about that. It's just they don't give a damn about American people. So, you know, hopefully independents and Dems can work together this time around, you know. So, yeah, go for it. Go for it. I appreciate you coming out, Lori. Let's see here. Let me just flip this out of here. Sorry about that. Yeah, register to vote, y'all. Register to vote while you have the chance, because you might not even have the chance in a few years now, the way it's going.
We still have a pending Supreme Court case. We do in Missouri. We'll see what happens, but they may not even get the Missouri seat if the Constitution is followed and there's a referendum in Missouri which freezes the map that existed before the gerrymander. So they got problems all over the place. And then we get to Florida, and the reality is, of the seats that they're claiming they're going to pick up, one of them is a 50-50 seat. And Jared Moskowitz, who appears to be ready, you know, to run in that new coastal district, he's going to win re-election. He overperformed in 2024. And then we can battle it out in other parts of Florida. This is all assuming that the Florida State Supreme Court doesn't just strike the whole thing down, which they should if they're following the facts of the law and the Constitution, because the whole thing was a blatant political gerrymander, which is explicitly prohibited by the Florida Constitution as a result of the Fair Districts Amendment that was passed in 2010.
All right. I want to talk about the Republican response. So I have said publicly in the last few days that the single most shameful Supreme Court decision of my lifetime. I was born in 1969. Most shameful Supreme Court decision of my lifetime was the Calais decision. I've explained on several occasions why it is much worse than Shelby County was. You know, we were promised after Shelby County not to worry that Section 2, which the Chief Justice assured us was still vibrant and has a nationwide application, would continue to do that. The most cynical decision, not grounded, you know, just frankly, you know, I said this to Leah Littman, who has a podcast, Strict Scrutiny. I said, you know, if Republicans in the House had any sense of pride, any sense of self, they'd be up in arms, because the Supreme Court struck down a statute that Congress passed. Like they struck it down, or they gutted it on grounds that somehow Congress had exceeded its authority under the 15th Amendment that gives Congress the authority to pass legislation. Like, you know, a normal, you know, Speaker of the House, you know, would, even if he didn't agree with it, would at least issue a statement pushing back on encroachment on Congress's constitutional prerogatives. But they're not doing that because they are exploiting this cynical decision in the most grotesque way. They are gleefully, I mean, they are revealing their true colors. They are gleefully right now trying to dismantle Black power in the Deep South by attacking congressional districts, by using rhetoric that.
Yeah, and it's sad. It's sad because not only is it sad for African Americans have done nothing to harm the country. They've done everything to uplift the country, you know, and African Americans have literally been the most loyal Americans. Not to put people against each other. There's a lot of people that tend to be loyal, but I'm talking about as a group, African Americans have been very pro-American, right? Now, it is interesting because what you don't understand is when you do this to one group, it's going to end up happening to all groups, because that's how the law works. Even in the same Supreme Court, they said that you can't discriminate based on race. This is the very Supreme Court that says you can't discriminate on race is actually allowing people to target just using different language. So they could target a race, and all they have to do to target a race is say they're doing it to win. It's not because of their race. It's because of their party. That's what's happening now. But in a two-party system, what do you expect poor and middle-class African Americans to be in the South? What do you expect? They lived through their ancestors, their grandparents lived through the civil rights era. They lived through it, literally. Their parents lived through the civil rights era. Their grandparents was around when Jim Crow existed, when they had no rights. You see what I'm saying? So what do you expect them to do? So they know that they're targeting African Americans disproportionately, but the reality is that you won't be able to go back to bring that law back or that verdict back without instating a new Supreme Court, without changing the makeup of the Supreme Court. Because the issue here is that now that they've set standard, right, and set precedent, everyone else has to follow the precedent. That's how you argue cases. You go in front of a judge and say, Your Honor, in Maxwell versus Cleveland, the courts ruled this for this reason, and it was stated that la la la la la la. That's how you win cases. That's how you argue cases. So this law is going to apply to everybody. Understand this. They're not using the term race. They're using the term, the concept of winning, political winning, which should be the same damn thing. I mean, come on, you can't target people because of their political party. That's also bullshit in the United States. I mean, really, I'm sorry, but all of it is erroneous. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's all erroneous, but it's happening, and it's going to apply to everybody until the Supreme Court is reorganized. Right now, they've just fucked over the Constitution in such a grave way that everyone is going to be affected by it, because it is now policy. It is now law. You see? So that means everyone can do it against you too. If you're a Republican, think about this. If you're a Republican and you live, and there's a, let's say you live in a state that's majority blue Democrat, now it's all Democrat. That's what's going to happen. So before, where you used to have to negotiate, you had negotiating power because you needed to vote on the state level, or negotiating power because you needed to. Now you don't need to negotiate on the state level. No negotiation. So the red states, yeah, you might get what you want, but the blue states don't have to fucking negotiate with you, you know. And yeah, that's, of course, it's all going to come to a hilt. But everything that a Republican is allowed to do, a Democrat is allowed to do under the law. That's the problem here. So if you think it's right what the Republicans are doing, you're going to think it's also right when Democrats do it as well. That's the issue here. And you saw it. So people started off, Republicans said Democrat gerrymandering is wrong. Democrat gerrymandering is wrong. But then they gerrymander and say it's right. So it's not wrong. You see? And now it's going to happen across the country because Democrats don't want to lose power. And if they don't gerrymander just like Republicans do, in the same methodology, in the same exact measure, they will lose more power. So it's a problem. It's a problem here. Normally you're not supposed to redistrict in an election year. The Supreme Court has overturned their own rules. They said 5 months ago, to Democrats, when Democrats said when Democrats redistricted, Republicans took them to court, and the Supreme Court ruled for Republicans, saying you can't do it in an election year. It's too close to the midterms. Then 3 months later, they decide it's okay to do it because Republicans are doing it. So it's the U.S. legally, as far as voting, the Supreme Court has fucked over voters. They fucked over the Constitution. They fucked over that concept of taxation, no taxation without representation. They fucked it over. Now they're saying, yeah, you can be taxed without representation is just whatever you decide a majority of people want. If you're 55% in you know, if you got a majority vote, you 55% in Texas, then that's as good as 100%. That's basically what's going on.
It is racist. I'm not even going to call it racially coded. You know what? I guess I'm going to ask you, sort of like wearing two hats, both as the leader who has to worry about the redistricting that we're going back and forth, but also as someone who is a leader in Congress and, you know, looks at this. You're also a lawyer. Like, I mean, what is your take on this?
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of your assessment of that decision. Is so cynical, such aggressive, out of control overreach by the Supreme Court in striking down effectively, gutting the Voting Rights Act, the most important piece of civil rights legislation in American history that has historically had bipartisan support from Republican members of Congress, Republican members of the Senate, and Republican presidents. As a matter of fact, of the 4 times that the Voting Rights Act has been explicitly reauthorized by Congress, 1970, President Richard Nixon, 1975, Gerald Ford, 1982, Ronald Reagan, and in 2006, President George W. Bush. The Voting Rights Act has always had bipartisan support, pushing back against voter suppression and efforts to prevent African Americans, particularly in the Deep South, from being able to elect the candidate of their choice, given the history of vile racism that has occurred for decades, actually for centuries in the Deep South, was an American triumph. It was a bipartisan thing. And then after the presidential election in 2008, Republicans clearly lost their mind as it relates to making up this notion of voter fraud. It doesn't exist in the ways that Republicans talk about it. But they now have unleashed an epidemic.
It didn't exist in the way Republicans talked about it. They made it up, and ignorant people, ignorant Americans fell for the lies, just like they did about everything else. They fell for it, and now they're getting their ass kicked by Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party, who actually didn't do what they promised they would do. They promised to bring prices down. They promised to deal with inflation. They promised to do a whole lot of shit, and it just ain't happened. Bring jobs back to America. They just ran away. They closed down the house. They don't want jobs in America anymore. And the people that voted for him were just too stupid to really understand it, because if you wanted those things, you would be articulating it differently, but they just use those things as scapegoat issues to be able to line the wealthy's pockets with another check. And they got it. They got that check. And they're going to be spending that money to suppress more votes coming this midterm election also. All that money they got for free from the taxpayer through the loopholes and all of that shit and through the laws, yeah, they're going to use it against the everyday American, and the everyday American is on a culture hunt. They want to know who the Jews, who the niggas are, who the gays are, and who the Hispanics are. That's what's going on in America right now. They don't want to know where the health care is going to come from, where the education is going to come from, where the elder care is going to come from. They're not smart enough to want to know those things. They're only smart enough to know where's the culture war at.
Pandemic of racial gerrymandering, particularly in the Deep South. And just as we've responded to the unprecedented effort to gerrymander the national political map launched by Donald Trump and Republicans last summer, we're going to respond aggressively to their efforts as it relates to what they're gleefully doing now in places like Louisiana and Tennessee, and exploring other possibilities.
Anybody that wants to hop up and speak, the link is in the chat right there. If you want to have a direct conversation with me that goes beyond just a couple of little chat words, because obviously I'm not here to chat it up with you today. I'm here to talk. You're welcome to join me in speaking. All right. But I would love to hear your views. I would love to hear it, but I think I needed to hear it in a way that is more in depth. You see what I'm saying? So come on up. The panel is open. The chat is open. I hope you subscribed. Now, let me see here. Just to find out who's subscribed, because the chat is open, by the way. That's usually a beautiful thing. Usually people appreciate that, right? But some people don't actually back up what they appreciate. So when you have a podcaster that has an open chat, what I would say you should do is subscribe, right? Because that person let you in the chat. They had an open chat to have a fair, open conversation, right? Now, I'm going to see how many people back that theory up. Let's see how many people went along with it and subscribed.
Ripping up black districts, shredding them to pieces.
Oh, I'm about to find out. Anybody still left in the chat now? Who subscribed? Anybody think life is unfair? That I'm doing an unfair job? Did you subscribe? Or did you just say it? Just curious about that. Yeah. Here we go. Democrat, all up in the chat, but they weren't subscribed. Oh, wow. That's so unique. Yeah. Seen that before. Sorry.
But to do so by this disgraceful Supreme Court decision.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about New York. So I am a New Yorker. I was born in Manhattan. I lived in Valley Stream on Long Island. Then I lived in Rockland County and went to Suffern High School, New York 17. Then went to Hamilton College in Central New York. So I've been all around New York and still consider myself a New Yorker. I want to talk to you about the reform.
This is so funny. This is so funny. You can have an open chat. People don't even respect it. They don't see that as being fair. They don't see that as wanting to reach out and communicate. But they so petty they can't even subscribe. It's just like people that have opinions and don't even register to vote. You know what I say about those people?
Shut the fuck up.
There we go.
Mine, but I think that it's kind of like I think about Virginia. Like everybody right now is very focused on.
No, I'm not talking about you, Christy. I'm talking about Mr. S. I'm talking about the robot. STSACEKHAN. Talk about Elon Musk robot. And
you know what New York can do in 2028. But I want to talk a second about New York in 2026 because I know New York 17 really well. Like I said, I I grew up there and went to high school there. Democrats are going to flip New York.
Can't even get a subscription out of these cheap asses. You know what I'm saying? Out here capping for Trump.
A second about New York in 2026, because I know New York 17 really well. Like I said, I grew up there and went to high school there. Democrats are going to flip New York 17. And I think Democrats are going to way overperform in the Hudson River Valley. I think they're going to overperform on Long Island. I think that there is a real chance that Staten Island, that's a little tougher seat, but I think there's a chance there. I mean, I want to talk about what your plan is for 2028, but
all right,
but
so,
I feel like
so that was Jeffries. Now on to some, again, people will think what they want about Jeffries, and again, politicians have to be willing to take criticism. So feel free to criticize all you want. And I agree people should criticize if there's something they don't like. There's a lot of people that don't like the fact that apparently Jeffries is still getting AIPAC money. That's a lobby for pro-Israel, which has been a right-wing arm, you could say. I don't like saying right-wing, but expansionist Israel policy, right? And also, as you can see, Netanyahu is basically unhinged. And so, at some point, Hakeem Jeffries and other certain Democrats, Republicans almost all get AIPAC money. Democrats is split. Maybe I don't know the exact numbers, but it's around half, right? They do, or maybe less. But the point is that the leadership does, and that's not a good look right now, because Americans, left and right, are tired of. They're tired of dealing with the Israeli conflict and Palestinian conflict. They're tired of dealing with issues for Israel. Americans, left and right, they're getting tired of it. And Americans have the right to be tired of it, because we've been backing up Israel for their entire existence with real money, with real weapons. We've backed up Israel like no one else ever has in the history of the world, right? So we have the right to criticize, and we have the right to be tired of it. We just do. Israel has universal health care. Israel has universal education. Americans don't have United States of America does not have universal health care, does not have universal education. Why are our poor and middle class paying for someone else to have a life that we don't even subscribe to ourselves? Why? And until the country can rectify that, nobody is owed money from Americans. Nobody. And it's not that there aren't good reasons for having a great foreign policy. There are, because having a great foreign policy helps keep us in power, and it helps keep us safe. But there is still no argument for why the middle class and poor can't have what every other Western country has when they're doing their foreign policy. United States isn't the only country that supported Israel, but their people have universal health care and universal education. So somebody has to lose, because AIPAC is very active in supporting politicians on the state level too, and the federal level. And some of these politicians that they support are not out there talking about universal health care and universal education. That's a problem. So some of their money is going against social program. I mean, just by lieu, who knows if they intended to do that, but it does. It has an effect on our local and federal legislator. It has an effect on the American people. We don't want AIPAC. Listen, AIPAC, stop supporting right-wing United States government. Stop it. They hate other American citizens. They are racist, and they are bigoted, and they are killing and attacking Americans. Why would you support that? At the same time, in America, we stand up for Jewish people's rights. You need to stand up for every American's right too. Period. Unless you want us supporting people that want to kill you in Israel. We haven't done that. Why would you support anyone that believes in harming American citizens? Yeah, anyway.
Like, people are kind of sleeping on, the work that has been done in New York by you.
Hakeem Jeffries is going to have to get around to dealing with that issue too. And I know that there's a lot of pro-Israel proponents in New York City, but right now they're not the majority, and they've never been the majority. So yeah. So it's going to come a time where we're going to find out what's going to happen. And as long as Netanyahu is in power, or there's a government that is, how can I say this, not solving things and getting U.S. dollars, over and over and over again, is going to backfire on national politics within the country and politicians too. And it is backfiring.
Others to get us where we are. And I mean, do you agree with me? I think this is going to be a pretty good year for Democrats under the current map in New York.
I absolutely agree with that. And keep in mind, we're building upon, as you know, Mark, the success politically that we had in New York in 2024. We're notwithstanding the fact that Donald Trump did better in New York than any presidential candidate or president on the ballot since Ronald Reagan in 1984. We flipped 4 seats in 2024, defeating 3 different Republican incumbents on election night, and having previously flipped the open seat that George Santos vacated in Nassau County. That's a total of 4 seats in New York. Mike Lawler, to some degree, is the last person standing. I told them this in January of 2025, and that we were coming for that seat as well. And I agree. There are several strong candidates who right now are in a very competitive primary. And we believe that whoever emerges from that group is going to be strongly positioned to flip that seat in November. And as a matter of fact, it's one of the handful of seats that a Republican currently holds in the Congress that was won decisively by both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
All right, so that was Hakeem Jeffries. Outside of the AIPAC thing, I think Hakeem Jeffries is a strong leader. I don't think he's a clown either at all. I think Hakeem definitely is a strong leader. No question about it. But it's a thing about, all things are not finite. Life is the same. Just because our leaders received AIPAC money in the past, there's nothing that says they have to continue doing it if they don't like the leadership and they don't like the direction of Israel. And it's very simple and plain. And how you express that is by not accepting their donations. How you express it is by not passing policy that enables them to go down the wrong path even more. So there has to be some dissent. And Americans generally, listen, Americans are looking for it on the right, too. So in terms of reaching out to the right, it's not going to be good. I mean, their politicians are going to be hit also. And the right receives even more money from AIPAC. So, look, let me see here. Let me put this chat. Let me put the link. Anybody's welcome to hop up. I got about 35 more minutes. So anyone who wants to hop up, feel free to hop up and join the panel. Josh Cooper says, V-Media, you should talk more about the Attorney General in America, Todd Blanche. Oh, my God. Todd Blanche is that. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, don't always have enough time. You know what I'm saying? But Todd Blanche, yeah, because he's the man now. It ain't Pam Bondi anymore. And he's equally corrupt. Talk about Trump. I mean, he's the same as Pam Bondi. They're all Trump sycophants. They all engage with Trump at the hip in his private businesses. They're attorneys for life for Trump, whether he's in politics or not. And they don't have the American citizens' best interests. It's just that simple. It's about Trump. And Trump was the best friend of Epstein. Look, Trump puts in people that know Epstein into power somehow, some way, that know Epstein's cases or know Trump deeply or together. And look, Todd Blanche is another one who didn't release the Epstein files. It's very simple. Todd Blanche did things that were unprecedented, that make no sense. He allowed what's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm finally saying her name right. Ghislaine. I usually say Ghislaine Maxwell. He approved him and Pam Bondi they allow, and he's allowing now, Ghislaine Maxwell to be in a soft little cushy camp, federal camp for not for violent criminals, right? And she's a violent criminal. She's sex trafficked little girls for years and years and years. Raped them also herself, allegedly. That's what she's accused of, right? So I don't know if that was proven in her court case, but without her, Jeffrey Epstein could have done none of his trafficking, none of his blackmailing, nothing, pretty much, right? So she was a useful partner to Epstein, and they're helping her out. He's trying to segue. Essentially, it sounds like he wants to get her out, give her clemency, find a way to get her released from jail. And, it's just sad. It's just really sad. But there's something else before I get out of here I wanted to touch on, and that is something that's very disturbing. Did I? Oh, hold on. Let me pull this up again. Here it is. It is a new virus that it's two viruses that seem to be hitting at the same time now, according to news outlets. And the Nova.
We have some big news right now.
Can you all see this? Let me pull this back up. I don't know if you can see it, but you can hear it. So let me play it.
CDC has announced a norovirus outbreak impacting more than 100 people on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. According to the CDC, the Caribbean Princess Cruise has a norovirus outbreak as we speak, with about 100 people or more sick. According to the agency at this time, 102 passengers and 13 crew members were reported sick. Symptoms include vomiting and diarrhea. In total, there are over 3,000 passengers and over 1,000 crew. It's unclear exactly how many more will get sick on this ship. I've gotten a lot of messages about this outbreak, which is why I wanted to make this video make clear this has nothing to do with the hantavirus outbreak, and norovirus outbreaks, especially on cruise ships, are actually normal. Normal as in they're common. The ship is currently in the Atlantic Ocean. It's scheduled back in Florida in about a few days on May 11th. The voyage lasted from April 28th to May 11th. There is no threat to the general public. Like I said, many of you have...
Okay, so they have that, and then at the same time, we have
from that group.
Let me see here. Let me just come out of this real quick. Then we have this update on the what is it? The Hunter is what is this virus called? The hantavirus, right? Right, and it is it's spreading. Apparently, it's spreading. Now, this virus is said to have a 30%, 50% death rate. So it's very important to follow this story, both stories. And it's just, I find it so interesting that Trump is in office and now all of a sudden a new outbreak. I don't know if that's coincidence, but I would not believe it's coincidence. I don't know what if it is a conspiracy, I don't know what it is, but I don't believe in coincidences. Trump brings bad luck, and you could almost expect anything bad to happen while Trump is in office. The question is, what is he going to do about it? I had some people say to me, like, somebody asked me on social media, whose fault is it? Yeah, they wanted to know whose fault it is about the hantavirus. And I was like, why is a person asking, this is a Trump supporter, asking whose fault it is? And don't people want to know what's going to happen? What is the government doing to protect people from it? Is there a plan local? Do state governments have a plan? What if it just, because listen, the only difference from it all of a sudden being in New York City spreading is just an announcement. That's the only difference. It's on a ship now. It could be somewhere else. And to me, I don't have a lot of confidence that it doesn't sound like the government is totally ready, but let's see. We do know the globe is ready, though. We know that we don't have to rely on the U.S. government, although we should be able to, but we're going to find out what other people are doing. But let's just take a look at what the new updates are about this.
Cruise ship with the deadly virus.
And no, Norma, I didn't hear about Carney meeting Obama. I got to check up on that. Thanks for telling me.
The urgent search to track down passengers who have already left the ship as authorities work to stop the spread. Could any of them be in the U.S.? Here's ABC's Maggie Ruling.
And as you said, Norma, it's an 8-week gestation period, so no one knows who has it and it's just in their bodies spreading or gestating, or so we don't know the outcome of this yet. It's alarming. It's alarming.
Expedition to Antarctica, a dream voyage at sea, the trip of a lifetime visiting remote polar locations, experiencing close encounters with Arctic wildlife.
It was one of a kind experience. We paid around $10,000 for this trip.
This video, shot by a passenger on a previous cruise, showing the inside of the MV Hondius, including a cabin room and a common area. But that dream now turning into a nightmare after an outbreak of the rare and deadly hantavirus. 3 are now dead.
It was very shocking because we were on board with these people for 24 days straight. We had relationships. I knew these people.
We do know on board that there has been some close contact between individuals where we believe the virus was transmitted.
Those on board now distancing from each other and confined to their rooms, some posting videos to social media.
What's happening right now is very real for all of us here. We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people.
The ship marooned for days off the coast of Africa, now sailing to Spain's Canary Islands and expected to evacuate all remaining passengers this weekend. Officials in a race against time to try to contain any more spread of the virus.
We have very good people looking at it. It seems to be okay.
When Trump says we have very good people looking at it, that should worry every fucking body. This is exactly what he says when shit is not right at all. Yeah. It just, I'm sorry, that's what he always says before shit hits the fan, you know. So let's hear some more.
They know the virus very well. They've worked with it for a long time.
For the most part, we see cases that come from rodents, so rodent urine or droppings or saliva. The bulk of cases are not actually human to human, which means that this current situation is pretty unusual. The concern, of course, is not necessarily the initial symptoms, but it's the progression of symptoms where severe respiratory distress could mean need for supportive therapies like oxygen, need to be in the ICU. And unfortunately for hantavirus, there is no cure.
Roughly 35% of prior U.S. hantavirus cases have been fatal. There are now 6 confirmed cases linked to the ship. 7 others are suspected to have the virus. The MV Hondius set sail on April 1st for a 41-day-long trip, departing from southern Argentina, carrying 147 passengers and crew.
رحلتنا على السفينة بدأت من جنوب الأرجنتين والخطة كانت إنه نقطع المحيط الأطلسي مرورا ببعض الجزر المعزولة عشان نشوف فيها الطبيعة والحياة البرية وتنتهي رحلتنا في دولة الرأس الأخضر الموجودة في القارة الأفريقية.
On April 6, a 70-year-old Dutch passenger aboard the ship became sick with a fever and headache. Then on April 11th, he died. The cause of death wasn't determined. The next day, the captain making the announcement.
This is my sad duty to inform you that one of our passengers.
Let me ask the chat, what do you all think? Do you think this was something planted on these ships? What do you think? I'm just curious what folks in the chat think about this. Does it seem suspicious? Does it seem, let me read a little bit. I've been asking where are the Democrat leaders, and so happy Obama stood up. Whatever he went there, I'm happy for. Yeah. It's important that you're right. And again, these leaders can go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? They can they're free to, not leaders but prominent people in the parties, right? Yeah, they are free, and Americans are free to go to Canada to speak to Canadians, to link up with Canadians, to save our country. You know, again, our representatives attacked Canada verbally. Our representatives attacked Denmark, Greenland verbally. Our representatives attacked Europe verbally. Yo, sorry, that's an attack on the West. That's an attack on the West. Our allies, we can learn from our allies because our allies are tending to the business of running their countries and benefiting and helping their people better than our own country is. So we're supposed to be learning from them, and we should be happy to have allies that we can learn from, you know, that are showing us ways to do things better. And instead, this Republican Congress, this Republican Senate, this Republican president, this Republican fucking court, right-wing court, they stand behind people attacking the West, and it's only one thing that two things I can imagine. One, stupidity, and the other, greed. It's just being paid off. They're just, the wealthy has paid these people off. That's what it looks like to me. The common denominator is that if the middle class and the poor don't get shit, really less for their tax dollars, somebody else is getting more. And that's the wealthy people. And it's got to come to an end. The class warfare in the U.S. is so extreme. The capitalism is so extreme. No other capitalistic Western country treats their own people this way. But let me see here. Then when Norma said, oh, Friars, V, there's a X-Files episode with the hantavirus outbreak. Oh, really? Shit. Okay, let's see there. I'm going to check that out. Let me see. Trump got rid of over a half of, let me pull this up on the screen too so people can see what I'm reading. Trump got rid of over half of the people who handled this kind of stuff on cruise ships. He doesn't give a exactly. He did that in advance, right? It's almost like the first thing he did was get rid of people that are supposed to deal with health crises, and now we have a virus. You know, he didn't learn from coronavirus, did he? Nope. He just was like, oh well, let's make it worse the next time. Sorry, I shouldn't swear like this, but at the time, but I'm really scared for some reason. I understand you. Yeah, you human. Lisa Lee said, who goes on a cruise for that long? That's a good question. I haven't. I might go for a couple of hours across the water just to get somewhere. Just to get to another part of the Scandinavia or some shit, man. But I'm not, I'm not going. I don't like. I'm not a fan of these long cruise ships from one place to the next. Get off. I'm not a fan of that. Sorry, COVID killed that shit for me. Let me see. Planted. You think it's planted meme? I think it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. We just have. Fryer says we just don't have any adults in government to keep an eye on the public health. Yep, we don't. This happens all the time, but in the past, pandemic response teams would contain the outbreak. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's scary. It's definitely scary. Let's see some more about this now.
Passed away last night. Tragic as it is, it was due to natural causes, we believe.
Okay, yeah, that was at the time he believed it was natural causes, so that turned out to not be the case. So
everyone was relaxed.
According to Oceanwide Expeditions, the company operating the cruise ship, at least 30 passengers disembarked on April 24th on the island of St. Helena, including 6 Americans, the body of the deceased passenger and his 69-year-old wife.
Her health deteriorated very fast. She was struggling to stand upright on her last week on board, and she looked very ill. We thought it was because she was having a very deep grief. Everyone was trying to support her socially, giving her hugs, talking to her at every meal, and that's when it got really dangerous.
The next day, the wife became sicker during a flight to Johannesburg, South Africa. She attempted to board another flight to the Netherlands, but was removed. She died at a Johannesburg hospital on April 26.
After she passed away, even though I'm not on board anymore, I heard from the passengers that they are now in isolation and they're wearing masks. They're not having meals.
Public transportation, you know, not that matters, but public transportation, grocery stores, work environments with a lot of people where there's not distance between people. People need to start, if you ask me, people need to start masking up. You know, I luckily take the public transport at a time where there's very few people on it, just because of my work hours are a little different. But I'm even thinking right now about wearing a mask today, like straight up. And I don't have an issue at work because of the type of work I do. So there's not a lot of people. It's barely any people, I could say. You know, barely any. There are. You know, I don't want to talk too much about my work, but people is not my issue. I'm not encountering loads of people, but on the public transport, I'm definitely going to start masking up. And why? Just because, what the fuck? I don't want to be, you know, it's killing. It's the chances of you dying is like 50%. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? No, if you catch it, the risk of you surviving it is 50% only, man. For every one person, look, it could be 30% or it could be 50%. There's two different versions of the hantavirus that's spreading, and so you either got a 1 in 3 chance or a 1 in 2 chance. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is not cool at all. So yeah, I mean, as far as what I know about it, maybe I'm wrong. Let me know.
Times.
Yeah, washing your hands. You wash your hands. Wash your hands. Yes. Wash your hands, particularly when you come home when you arrive at work, and don't wipe your face, and stay away from people coughing. Like, stay away from, like, I don't know. I hate it because this is the type of thing where people start being like, ugh, get away from me. But listen, yeah, wear a mask. Wear a mask. That's what I could say until otherwise.
All together, so they are in their cabin. But these kind of cautions are taking place, but they are late.
Then another seriously ill passenger, a British national, was evacuated to South Africa in critical condition, where he too was diagnosed with hantavirus. He is now in stable condition. On May 2nd, a third death, a German woman who showed signs of pneumonia, dying on board. On May 4th, South African officials confirmed the wife of the Dutch passenger tested positive for hantavirus. A doctor on board sharing these new images from the ship showing medical teams suited up during the evacuation of sick patients a few days ago.
Kanarya Adaları'na doğru gidiyoruz. Her şey yolunda. Hiç yeni bir vaka yok, hasta yok. İnancımız tam. Herkes iyi durumda, sağlıklıyız.
At least 7 American passengers who left the ship at some point after the April 1st sail date are being monitored across 5 states: California, Arizona, Texas, Virginia, and Georgia. So far, none have shown any symptoms. And now 2 more in New Jersey who may have come into contact with an infected ship passenger.
There is actually a long incubation period for hantavirus. It actually could be between a week to 8 weeks. Now, the flip side here is that most of the time transmission is occurring when you're symptomatic, and that's really important. So harder to transmit this infection when you're asymptomatic and not showing symptoms.
Having hantavirus was
okay. That's good to know. But yeah, because unlike corona, you may not even look symptomatic and you could be spreading it. And they're saying this, but I'm just gonna wear a mask, yo. I'm gonna wear a mask. Fuck it, Everyone should have a right to a mask because listen, it's just the problem is if you corona, the likeliness of you dying was less, even though a lot of people died. This one, if you catch it, the likeliness is more so far, and there is no vaccine for it. You see what I mean? There's nothing like that on display right now happening. So
the scariest experiences in my life.
Jordan Herbst knows firsthand the horrors of hantavirus. The California native was only 14 years old when he contracted it, he believes from deer mice near his home.
I started feeling just like fever, flu symptoms initially. Maybe 2 days into me having a pretty high fever, my mom started to notice that I was having trouble breathing.
With Jordan's condition rapidly deteriorating, he was airlifted to a hospital where he spent roughly 2.5 days on life support.
And he caught the one that is not from person to person. He caught the one that is mouse to people, right? But now it's person to person. So
stabilizing.
I am really, really, really lucky that I made it through without any serious brain damage. My heart really goes out to everybody on the ship.
Oxygen is a key to keeping your brain healthy. And once your brain gets damaged, you start having breathing issues so much that you can't pump proper oxygen to your brain. Brain damage, you might have it for the rest of your life. You can't fix that. You got to live with it. So that's more handicapped people. And what is the policy about handicap shit in the U.S.? What are they doing? I mean, man, I'm just, yeah.
And anyone affected, hoping that everyone can have the same kind of, luck that I did.
18 Americans are still on the ship, waiting to deboard this weekend in Tenerife in Spain's Canary Islands. Right now, we're inside the port, and this is the first piece of land that those passengers will get to touch when they finally get off the ship. Now, the ship won't even be allowed to dock here.
So let me see. Let me get on to the next story. I just want to see what else has been said about this in the last 24 hours. Let me see what France News is saying on it. Are they saying something about this? Yeah, 2 seconds. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. The chat is in subscriber mode right now. So yeah, we had to test people's test their interest. And I found out that some people were in the chat and they had the interest to chat it all up, but they weren't interested in subscribing to a brother's channel. So sorry, that's a no can do. You can have your opinions, you can chat it up, you can argue, politely argue, you can disagree, but if you're gonna be doing all that shit in my chat, you're going to have to subscribe to me, or I will pull your card. Now, let's go on. Let's see what else is happening here.
Started around the world because we understand that the first body that was taken off, there were 3 deaths on board that ship. And one of those passengers was actually, the body was taken off at St. Helena. Some passengers, about 30 passengers, actually got off at that point. And so all the contact tracing is being done to see if anybody has any symptoms or has come into contact with anybody on that ship. We know that there is a suspected case in Alicante and a suspected person who was in contact with a passenger in Barcelona. But at the moment, they have not tested positive for hantavirus. If they do, they would join those other Spaniards at that military hospital here in Madrid.
Days ahead of FBI Director Kash Patel appearing.
Damn, that was it? That was it? Okay. Okay, I thought there was more to that. Now, let me move on. I didn't mean to go to this one. Let me see. I wanted to find the one to, let me see. Was it Comey? It was something about Maureen Comey, right? That just happened in the last 24 hours also. Or is it Sunday? Let me see here. Must it? Right, here we go. Let me cue this one up. Here we are. Boom.
In his second term, Donald Trump has turned a campaign promise to punish political opponents into a guiding principle of governance. What started on the campaign trail in 2023 when Donald Trump told a crowd, quote, "I am your retribution," has evolved into a broader effort to punish perceived political enemies, expand executive power, and reshape the federal government. One person who seems to have found themselves on the receiving end of this agenda is a former federal prosecutor who you may not have known, but you may know the name, named Comey. Not the Comey you might be thinking about. I'm talking about Maureen Comey. For nearly 10 years, Maureen Comey was one of the most prominent federal prosecutors in the country. She worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, and she was at the forefront of the office's most high-profile cases, including the prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, Sean Diddy Combs, and she supervised a bribery case against the former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. During her time at the DOJ, Comey handled 11 criminal trials and secured more than 200 convictions. She also led units that were focused on organized crime and public corruption. She was, by all accounts, a highly respected prosecutor. Then she was fired in July of 2025 without explanation. It sent shockwaves around the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office and the legal community at large. Now, here's the thing. I mentioned the other Comey, the former FBI director, James Comey. Maureen Comey is James Comey's daughter. She alleges that she was dismissed, again, without explanation, because she's the daughter of James Comey, or because of her perceived political beliefs, or perhaps both. The day after her firing, Maureen Comey sent a message to former colleagues warning against intimidation inside the Justice Department, writing in part, quote, "If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant, wielded to suppress independent thought. Instead of fear, let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heart of this place, a fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power, of commitment to seek justice for victims, of dedication to truth above all else," end quote. Her firing came amid a broader exodus at the DOJ, where many longtime Justice Department lawyers either left of their own accord or were pushed out because of their involvement in criminal cases tied to Trump or the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Again, Maureen Comey prosecuted both Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And her dismissal came right around the same time that Trump was facing mounting criticism over his administration's release of the Epstein files. Maureen Comey later challenged her firing in federal court. This is interesting. Recently, a judge ruled that her lawsuit against the Justice Department can move forward. And I want to discuss some of the reasons why. I'm joined now by Ellen Blaine, who is the attorney representing Maureen Comey. Later challenged her firing in federal court. This is interesting. Recently, a judge ruled that her lawsuit against the Justice Department can move forward.
So they're finally moving forward with this. That's interesting. That is interesting. Actually, a lot of judges have ruled against these firings, and people are going to get reinstated, and they're also going to get compensation for the money they lost. I'm just, it is really sad. It is really sad to see that we have leaders right now that are so callous with what they do, lack any caring. Look, if you're an average American citizen, you got to understand that these people will have to go on unemployment. These people will have to now get benefits from more. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is not a good thing. When you fire people on that level, it's a whole domino effect that goes throughout the whole system. It's not good, which is why you're not supposed to just do it that way, willy-nilly. Not let alone one person or 10 people or 100 people, but we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, and we have so many Americans that are just so ignorant of how the system works. They just went along with it like it's going to help them somehow. It's just been a total disaster.
And I want to discuss some of the reasons why. I'm joined now by Ellen Blaine, who is the attorney representing Maureen Comey in this case. Ellen, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Nice to be here.
People sort of know the story around the edges, but it's real, and it's a big deal. And what happened in federal court was a very big deal. I'm not sure everybody expected it. Maybe you might have seen it coming. Tell us what this development is. Maureen Comey asked for the ability to sue the Department of Justice, which wouldn't typically be how this goes.
That's right. So as you say, Ms. Comey served for almost a decade, right, as an exemplary federal prosecutor leading these high-profile cases. And the day after she was asked to lead another one, she was fired, summarily, without cause, without notice. That is unlawful, because the only possible reason she was fired, as you note, is her last name. Now, that violates laws passed by Congress to protect federal civil servants like her and the millions of other federal employees who work for the federal government right now, but it also violates the U.S. Constitution. So she filed suit in federal court to ask this fundamental question. This case is about more than whether it's okay to fire Ms. Comey, but whether the president can actually do this. Can the president violate laws passed by Congress under Article 1? And can the president violate the Bill of Rights? That question, this court decided.
Keep in mind, of course, we don't expect this Supreme Court to not undo whatever thing president, if they chime in on this, right? We don't expect that the higher court has any type of ethics. So they're willing to go either way. They could say you can't do it one week and then say you can do it the next week. But it's good to see the lower courts at least holding up, right, this situation here.
Decided belongs before a federal judge. It does not belong before an administrative proceeding that this administration has maneuvered to make beholden entirely to the president.
So those are two different issues. One is there are lots of administrative proceedings that this administration has tangled with and manipulated. What's the federal question here? That if the president is going to use his,
the other thing I find interesting is that it seems like Trump went after anybody who he thought knew anything about Epstein. Again, Comey here, the Maureen Comey, she's the one who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Let me just look that up. Ghislaine Maxwell, let me see. Did Maureen Comey prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell? I believe she did, but let me just double check that real quick. Let me see. Let me pull up the, yeah, she did. Exactamundo. She did. And, yeah, I'm speaking Spanish, huh? Maureen Comey was indeed one of the lead prosecutors in the case against Ghislaine Maxwell, working for the U.S. So she knows what Epstein was doing, and she knows what Ghislaine Maxwell was doing. And she is one that prosecuted her and won the case, right? So working for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, SDNY Comey played a high-profile role in the 2021 trial. So she's just prosecuted also. The lady hasn't been in jail long, and she's getting all these favors from Trump, from the Trump administration, almost immediately after. Right. So contributions. So she only had to hang around, right, in jail for the Biden administration to be finished. And now she can get a soft, cushy bed at night and walk around, you know, having picnics and shit in the daytime. Unlike most of you other criminals, even if you support Trump, it's like, God damn, man, don't you have any ethics? You know, even as criminals, no ethics, huh? You want her to have a better life than you. All right, I hear you. Or would-be criminals also, would-be felons even, you know, this is crazy, man. But in any case, her contributions were central to the government's strategy, and she's fired by Trump. Lead prosecutor, she was one of the 3 main federal prosecutors assigned to the case and fired by Trump. We talking about she's the one who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. The rebuttal. Most notably, she delivered the government's rebuttal argument during the closing statements. In other words, she was literally verbally arguing. Like, she's the one who had the last word. You know what I'm saying? She's like, no. This ain't a nice lady. She belongs in jail, and you should throw away the key. Right? She was praised by legal analysts for her razor-sharp performance, during which she countered the defense claims that reminded the jury of the testimony of the survivors. She stood up for the survivors, fired by Trump. Conviction. Her work helped secure Maxwell's conviction on 5 of the 6 counts, including the sex trafficking of minors, resulting in a 20-year prison sentence. Okay, so let me see something else. Let's go back here and hear more. So now that people got some background on what this case is really about, this is who got fired by Trump and is now trying to argue it in court, saying that it was illegal and outside of the Constitution.
His influence or authority, he's got to have that authority.
Yes. The federal question is, the president, this administration has said publicly, repeatedly, over and over again, that the president has unfettered discretion to exercise his Article 2 power. Right. And Article 2, as I know you know, is what creates the executive branch in the Constitution. Right. And it puts the president in charge of the executive branch. So his administration has said repeatedly, that means I can do anything. I can violate any law that Congress has passed. By the way, these laws were passed since 1883 to protect the civil service. And I can violate the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and the rest of the Constitution because I have that power. So the question before the court is that right? Do we actually have a separation of powers in this country? Do we have 3 equal branches of government? Or is one actually more important than the other?
And Maureen Comey's argument is...
So it's central to the type of democracy the U.S. is going to be, too. It's not just that the U.S. is the only capitalistic Western country that doesn't have universal health care and universal education. That's not what makes the U.S. different. It's also that its democracy puts the president, they're arguing these Republicans, puts the president, the executive office, above all branches, right? It can violate the Constitution. It can make up the rules itself. And of course, it would have been nice if they had told Biden that, because then you could get everything you want. The president could say, hey, universal health care. Here's my executive order. Hey, universal education for everybody in the United States. My executive order until the Supreme Court decides it's not. That'll take a year, by the way, or longer, right? Now that we know that, the next president should get busy, right? Should get very, very busy. And the courts should, the lower courts should slow all that shit down, right? And you should definitely impeach some of these. As soon as you get power, as soon as these midterms are over, impeach these corrupt judges. Why do they have the right to get gifts and you don't? You're an American citizen. Why don't you have the right to get gifts from billionaires? Why not? Why is it only the judges, Supreme Court judges, that can get these gifts and not report them? I mean, that's supposed to be illegal. What about their family members getting gifts? See, they can just go all around you and just say, you know what? Let's just give your son the gift. Let's give your daughter the gift. Let's give your nephew the gift. Let's give your mama the gift. Let's get her $200 million. How about that? That's the U.S. That's what the U.S. people are dealing with right now. All right, so now there's one other matter here that I want to catch up on, and that is what the hell. Damn. That is what the hell is going on with Trump and the Epstein files. Finally, there's more coming out about the Epstein files, and I think people should keep their foot on Trump's neck with this shit, because it is the worst. It is the worst. It is the worst thing to have hit. The Epstein files are essentially a nuclear bomb. It's a nuclear bomb inside the U.S. And until people find out who is involved, who the culprits are, what they intended to do outside of just being involved with Epstein and blackmail, right? What is, you don't just have all this power if people also don't have strategies and plans for what they want to do. So these people that are involved with Epstein are the same people we see enacting these strategies right now in government, right? So you would want to know how they're intertwined. Does Epstein have blackmail? Are there videos of Peter Thiel? Are there videos of Elon Musk? Are there videos of Donald Trump? There are people that allege that there are videos of Donald Trump for sure. It's people that allege it. Yeah. And it seems to be that there's definitely something in the Epstein files that they haven't released that is of a danger to the United States of America, that they don't want the American people to know, because it has to remain a secret. That's what you usually do when there's something of danger, right? They hide it, right? They don't let you know what they're working on because they don't want to alert their enemies. Is that what's going on with the Epstein files? Is they don't want to alert their enemies that they know what's happened? Is that why they won't release it? Or is it that it's just a plain old cover up and they don't want the American people to know that Clarence Thomas was maybe in the Epstein files? They don't want people to know things like that, like Supreme Court judges, more politicians taking handouts, taking bribes, blackmail. You see what I mean? Having to rule certain way on certain court decisions or certain votes because they've been in the Epstein files. Is it that? Whichever way, one thing for sure is that just like healthcare, just like education, if you get enough votes in the House and in the Senate, whichever way, for whichever reason, you can impeach all those judges at the same time that you can get yourself written into law, universal health care and universal education in the richest democracy on earth. And the richest Western country on earth. You can have those things if people say they want them. And if people use their vote, you can have it. But you got to want it. You got to want it. And just like sometimes, people that are being sex trafficked, they look at their sex trafficker, they think about freedom, they look at the door. But when it's time to run out that door, they don't have the confidence to run out and they go back to their sex trafficker. Just like that, it's going to be a lot of American citizens that are going to say, I ain't going to register to vote. They see freedom. They see the direction. They know how they can get universal health care. They know how they can get universal education. But then they doubt themselves and don't vote. They go back to their trafficker, the wealthy, who don't want them to vote. You ain't never going to be nothing. You can't get that in this democracy. It's not like the U.S. ain't like Denmark. Those are socialist countries. You can't believe them. That's what their pimp is telling them and shit. It is true. That's what their pimp is telling them. The U.S. is not like them. You can't get universal health care. They socialists. You can't trust them. They wouldn't be shit without us. They have it because they have it because they got our help. Every fucking excuse except we're the richest democracy on earth. We can have it even better than they have it. Okay. But our rich people want to have it better than anybody else on earth, man. Our rich people have more of the a percentage of the global wealth than anyone else. And the same people that live in proximity to them, adjacent to them, don't even have fucking universal health care, don't even have fucking universal education. And people in countries where the billionaires have far less of the global wealth, everybody got universal education, universal health care. Everybody has both. What the fuck? It's because of the Epstein files. The rich folks are up in it and they blackmail everybody and they have the information. So,
hello, thank you for being with us.
Oh, thanks.
You say you want universal education, universal health care, they ain't going to say it. If they in the Epstein files, they not going to say it.
Thanks for having
because somebody else knows and seen it already.
me. Thrilled to be here.
You filed a lawsuit against Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general.
Somebody asked about Todd Blanche. So this is the big story, y'all. Peace. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I'm going to see y'all. I'm going to let a little bit of this play and I'm going to go revert into the chat. Peace, everybody. One, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Click like if you haven't subscribed. If you haven't clicked like, it helps more people see the video. I appreciate it. I got like 60 likes. Can I get 100 before the stream is ended? Let me know. Peace. Peace.
What is the scope of that lawsuit and what was the purpose? What are you hoping to win out of it?
Yeah, so it's a first of its kind. It's the very first lawsuit that's been brought pursuant to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. For those of you that have actually spent some time looking at that law, the law imposes a requirement, not a discretionary movement, but a requirement for the Department of Justice to release in a publicly searchable format a slew of things, not just documents, but also videos, photographs, etc., that have to do with Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and people that were in that orbit. What was important about it is the law was crafted to protect the victims and the survivors, their confidentiality, their identities. It also was drafted to protect national security. Those were the only exceptions that were allowed to be redacted or withheld. When those redactions and withholdings were done, the Department of Justice was also required to provide to Congress an explanation as to why those things would be missing from that public production. The law was signed by convicted felon Donald Trump, and it took effect in November of 2025, and it created the deadline of December 19th of 2025 for the DOJ to comply. Every day since December 19th, 2025, the DOJ has violated that law. It, as you know, turned over millions of pages of documents in either total redactions, partial redactions, it's withheld things, it's put things up, retracted them back. It's also violated the confidentiality and the privacy of some of the victims and survivors that didn't want to be known to the public. As an independent journalist, I have filed literally dozens upon dozens of stories about Epstein, Maxwell, and others, some of which was predicated and premised on the information that was provided in the Epstein files that were made public. Encountering the pages that have been redacted has made it virtually impossible, if not impossible, for me to do my job. I cannot synthesize the information, report to the public, and continue to investigate leads that come from the Epstein files if I can't even read the damn pieces of paper. As a result, I've sued Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. I like to say that I am wanting the court to force lawyers to actually obey the law. I know it's shocking because we do live in the Trump regime, but I do want lawyers to abide by the law that was passed by Congress. And what I really also want is a special master. I want somebody to be appointed by the court that will call the balls and strikes and make sure that the DOJ actually complies with what the law tells it has to do.
I want to explore that idea of getting a special master in this case. Why is a judge's ruling not enough? Why do you feel like with this Department of Justice you need a special master appointed by the court?
Big up to Katie Lang for filing the first lawsuit against the Justice Department regarding the release of the Epstein files. So everyone needs to follow this case closely. And again, a lot of what's happening is not just on election day, although election day is very, very important. So register to vote. Register to vote. If you do not register to vote, your words don't count. But the other place is also in the court battles. So when we talk about who's a Democrat and what party I support, also follow the action in the courts. Follow that, because a lot of the action committees are could be funded by similar people of either party. You see what I'm saying? The legal committees. So just pay attention to that also. So Katie Lang filed this case against the Justice Department saying that they violated the law and they did not release the Epstein files. Isn't that what you want? Doesn't every American want the release of the Epstein files? Everybody that voted for Trump wanted the release of the Epstein files. That's what they literally said. Okay, so now that you wanted them, you should support lawsuits against the federal government. This is one of them, and this is the first. All right, so there we go.
To ensure that the Department of Justice, which is supposed to be the largest law enforcement entity in the nation, that it is actually following the laws that it is its entire existence is predicated on enforcing.
Yes. So if you can imagine a federal judge, because I filed this lawsuit in federal court in DC, a federal judge is going to have more than just my case. A federal judge is going to be presiding over an audit of cases, several of them. A special master steps into the shoes of being able to kind of monitor cases that either have particularly complex legal issues or maybe just are voluminous in nature. Millions upon millions of documents, pretty damn voluminous. And so the idea behind the special master is there is somebody, not the judge who doesn't have the time to be able to traffic this, that is able to traffic cop this, that is able to be so entrenched in it that they themselves, as the special master, would be able to know whether or not something has been properly redacted or not. You can't imagine how impossible it would be for me to run to court every time and say, Judge, look, this has been improperly redacted. More importantly, a special master in their capacity would be able to look at that document unredacted and see if the proposed redaction from the DOJ was legal and in compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So there is a definitive role for a special master. And I too call the DOJ, I often call it the largest and most powerful resourced law firm in the world, because it has the capacity to do huge things by the sheer volume of the employees, the technology, and the resources it has, which I think footnote just goes to show how absurd this Comey second indictment is over Seychelles, that it took them a year with the FBI's assistance to be able to bring this flimsy bullshit indictment. I like to say, well, then I guess that means you really weren't doing what you're supposed to be doing on the Epstein files, were you? Because you haven't turned over the Epstein files, but you resulted in this bullshit indictment. Mainstream legacy media should have taken this on a long ass time ago. Bottom line. Because when you want to talk about resources, it truly is a David versus Goliath moment right now. I have pro bono public integrity project, brilliant lawyers that are my lawyers on this, Brendan Ballou and Sam Ward-Packman. We are doing this because we believe that there is something incredibly corrupt going on with the Department of Justice. And we also know that it is impacting my profession as an independent journalist. And I want to make sure something is perfectly clear. I've said this time and time again. I'm not suing for money. I am not suing for money. I'm not suing for somebody to write me a check from the Department of Justice. I am suing for a court order, a declaratory injunction that forces the government to comply with the law. That is what I want. And so when I look at mainstream media and I think about their resources and the fact that they haven't chased this down, it makes me wonder how much of this is corporate oligarch pressure. How much of this is they just were too lazy to think outside the box, to think of a way to be able to bring this lawsuit. The law itself, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, does
one
not
more
provide
time.
for private.
Think about this.
Forces the government to comply with the law. That is what I want. And so when I look at mainstream media and I think about their resources and the fact that they haven't chased this down, it makes me wonder how much of this is corporate oligarch pressure.
And this is what I've been telling people. It doesn't matter if you're talking about CNN, doesn't matter if you're talking about Fox. When you're dealing with corporate media, you're basically dealing with the same people that got the biggest tax break in the history of the country. The same people that don't want you to have universal health care and universal education are the same people that don't want you to see what's in the Epstein files. It's the same group of people, and they own fucking almost everything now. Almost. They own most of the country. Everything. Most people are sharecropping for these people. And they own the news channels, and the news channels are not doing their job. They're blatantly just, basically accepting a hostile takeover of the country, and with no pushback, I mean, you could say they're pushing back, but it doesn't count when it's your job, you know, and they're missing major stories. Just like Katie Lang said, listen to this. This is real. What's she saying?
Suing for money.
She's not suing for money. She's suing for compliance. That's what legacy media is supposed to be demanding. There's a story behind how this government is not complying, and they're really soft hands about it.
Oh, that it is impacting my profession as an independent journalist. And I want to make sure something is perfectly clear. I've said this time and time again. I'm not suing for money. I am not suing for money. I am not suing for somebody to write me a check from the Department of Justice. I am suing for a court order, a declaratory injunction that forces the government to comply with the law. That is what I want. And so when I look at mainstream media and I think about their resources and the fact that they haven't chased this down, it makes me wonder how much of this is corporate oligarch pressure, how much of this is they just were too lazy to think outside the box, to think of a way to be able to bring this lawsuit. The law itself.
And not too lazy to think outside of the box. Maybe you could say that. Maybe it's oligarch pressure. Maybe it's both. And maybe it's also the fact that the oligarchs own the media channels. You know, they own it. So all of them, all the corporate media, basically, and they are being shook down by this administration. Before, you used to have presidents that didn't do anything to media. They criticized media, but they let media treat them so unfairly. Did you see how corporate media went after Joe Biden? Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Laughing Kamala, ha ha ha, laughing. She got such a silly laugh. Well, with Trump, they just turned all those weaknesses into things that are no stories. Trump is a weird, sick old man, and they got no stories for this weird, sick old man. He's not just weird, but he says stuff like this.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the. You can do anything.
Yeah. So big up to Katie Lang. I'm almost done. I will see everybody back in 18 hours from now after this podcast is done. Big up. Click the like button. Click the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. I will catch up with you all later.
Access to. Now, we have been, and particularly with this court, we have reached out. We're trying to get access to the actual note. Obviously, it very much appears that this was a suicide note. We have not authenticated it ourselves. We want to actually have the note physically. But as you've seen, and the New York Times has reported, everything matches up here, including the handwriting, including some of the circumstances, and certainly those involved in how this note actually got into the possession of the court and is now being essentially made public for us and for the entire country. What's also really important is in about a week, we will have the prison guard, actually the last person to see Jeffrey Epstein alive, in front of the committee. And so rest assured, some of these questions are going to be asked then. And we're also working and reaching out to the court as well to get this and any other information that the courts might have. The reality is, Chris, there's a lot of information about this Epstein investigation that we still do not have.
And I want to ask you in a bit about some of those forthcoming interviews, but in this ongoing effort that you guys have been doing to get the full story, yesterday your colleagues emerged from a closed-door meeting with the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, very upset about what they'd heard, or in some cases didn't hear. Here's an example.
He was clearly being dishonest. He was clearly being evasive. And finally, he doesn't remember why he went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, which is also mind-boggling. This is absolutely absurd, and he should resign.
After what we have seen so far in this transcribed interview, I feel very comfortable saying that Howard Lutnick is a pathological liar who is enabling the most egregious cover-up in American history.
Someone obviously got to him from the administration. In fact, he said he talked to people in the administration, and that's why he's changed his tune.
Now, I should say Republicans disagree with those assessments, and Lutnick is not accused of any involvement in Epstein's wrongdoing. But if you bring people in and you don't believe you're getting the truth, what's your recourse?
Look, first, it's not just the members that were there representing our committee that felt that way. It was also the investigators and the lawyers in the room. I spoke to the entire team yesterday. And just unanimously, there was a sense that Howard Lutnick was just not being truthful, not just on that issue, but on others. And look, you can't go out in 2005 and say you had absolutely no more contact with Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, you were disgusted by him. And then only later, through the Epstein files, do you then learn that he went to the island, that he actually met with Epstein additional times, that he actually went into business possibly with Jeffrey Epstein. And so he was just not credible. He lied directly to the American public. And in his interview yesterday, he continued to not have an answer for why he actually decided to make those lies. If you are a secretary of the United States and you represent our government and you are lying directly to the American public, you should no longer serve in that position. He lied.
So what did he say? Can I ask you, did he say, I forgot?
Look, and here's part of the issue. The transcript of exactly what he said, we're demanding that Republicans release immediately. It's up to Republicans, because they're in the majority, to also record and videotape these interviews. They chose to not video record the interview yesterday, which we feel is outrageous. We're demanding that immediately they release at least the transcript of what he actually said, and the American public will see.
So that shows you the sensitivity of it. They don't want it even on record for the public. They don't want the public to know what this man said. I mean, if that's not screaming cover up, what is? I know I said I was going to be out. I am going to be out, but this one intrigued me, because I'm, believe it or not, I'm catching up on the news with you all. I haven't seen any of this stuff. So my live, my responses are my actual real reactions to this stuff. But, in any case, I'm gonna be out of here, but this is the last one. But the fact that they don't want you to even hear, who the hell is he? This dude is not responsible for national security. Why don't they want you to know what he's on record saying? It's about the Epstein files. It's about why and how he answered, why he lied to the American public. And if this isn't like screaming cover up, I don't know what is. Nothing will wake you up, But here's one interesting observation. When a man tells you that he doesn't remember why he went to the island, what the hell? That means there was a specific reason. Because he could have easily said, I went there on vacation. But that's not what he said. He could have said, I just wanted a weekend out with my kids. But that's not what he said. He didn't say that. He said, I don't remember. Okay. Sounds like you were there for some real reasons, some business reasons. And the best way to say it is you don't remember it because you don't want to let people know what you were really doing with this guy, Jeffrey Epstein. And another interesting fact about what's his lunatic's name here? Lutnick. Yeah. Hey, God, he's a pathological liar. That's what they called him. When someone calls you a pathological liar in the media, listen, think about that too. A representative called him that. I mean, that's not a good indication that he's not one. And because obviously he would be pissed. Is he suing? Nope. But in any case, here's another thing about Lutnick. Before he joined this cabinet, Trump's administration, he handed over the keys to his corporation to his son. And his son, you may also remember, Howard Lutnick went out there and promoted the tariffs against different countries. He promoted it for Trump. He's in loads of Trump videos in the White House explaining to the media and the American people why the tariffs will work, how they will work, why they are good, etc., etc., etc. Well, his son bet the opposite. The very something Cantor, I forget the company's name, the corporation's name. They bet the opposite. They bet that later the tariffs would be found to be illegal and people would be given compensation. And what their firm did was go out and buy those compensation rights from companies in advance. And they made billions. This is the Howard Lutnick. This is him. So again, MAGA people, if you support this, you deserve your ass kicked. You deserve to live in poverty the rest of your days. If you support this type of corruption, you're pathetic. You're the problem with America. You're the problem. If you support this type of corruption, you are a problem. You're a problem to security and safety. Like, really?
Very clearly that he had very little answers. He lied. He clearly lied to the American public. He is not credible. The fact that he won't tell us more about this relationship, and in some moments in that interview, I think that the public is going to find very disturbing.
Well, let me ask you about former Attorney General Pam Bondi, because she's set to testify at the end of the month, and you're calling for her testimony to be filmed and released to the public. Do you think there's any chance that actually happens?
I cannot believe that James Comer has yet to agree to the Pam Bondi deposition being actually videotaped and released to the American public. I mean, give me a break. This was the AG who was at the center of this White House cover-up, the person that herself said the Epstein files were on her desk, that led the Epstein investigation at the DOJ. And it is, again, up to the majorities, up to James Comer to decide if this is going to be a videotaped interview or deposition. And we have demanded that it be videotaped and immediately released to the American public. Look, in fact, we would be fine with the press being there. I mean, we want there to be transparency. And so it is important that Comer, before this interview, agree.
She's worth millions and millions and millions of dollars, Pam Bondi. And she's not even willing to sit in front of camera, right? She's not even willing to sit in front of a camera and give her deposition. Again, that is a screaming red flag. This woman is no longer transparent and open as they tried to say the Biden administration wasn't. You see, they're hiding every fucking thing. I've never seen Biden run from any question about Epstein. This whole administration is running, ducking corners like, ain't nobody here but us chickens. Yo, every Epstein, everywhere they turn, Epstein. And they're like, and listen, if they just told people the truth, the shit would go away if they have nothing to do with it. But that tells you they must have something to do with it, because they're not just sharing it so easily. Who else would you cover up for? Who else would you, if your mother sex trafficked 1,000 kids, would you cover up for her? Put a 1 in the chat if you would cover up for your mother if she sex trafficked 1,000 children. Put a 2 in the chat if the answer is hell fucking no. I'm going with 2. I'm going with 2 because I'm not obligated to cover up for anybody doing this amount of fucking crazy, sick crime. Are you crazy? Hell fucking no. But listen, these people, not only are they willing to do, they will cover up for someone less important than their mother. You see what I'm saying? They will cover up for just for a check, basically. I mean, they're acting like Jeffrey Epstein was a personal friend of theirs, that they owe him this. You know what I'm saying? They're actually like, they act like their job is like, Jeffrey Epstein was a good man, man. I don't want to go in a congressional hearing on tape, man. I might hurt Jeffrey Epstein's reputation. I might make that man look bad testifying in front of Congress and shit. What the fuck? That's what's going on here. It's like they scared to talk to let people know what it is. What are they scared of? What's the problem? If you weren't a part of it, what is the problem? It's screaming, we are a part of it. That's what it's saying to me, you know. In any case, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate everybody. Click the like button, click the subscribe button, share the videos, please. And most of all, do vote, do register to vote. If you're not registered to vote, do it right now. Do it today. Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell everybody you care about. If you care about anybody, tell them to register to vote. Save your goddamn ass, because it is not looking good. All right. I appreciate it, y'all. I'll be back. 18 hours. Fuck Trump. Release the Epstein files. You heard.
Orientation in this place. place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel. From our hearts just past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight, tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her, cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. everybody round the globe. Open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of bias, educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on.